E caro. E caro means good morning. That's from the Yoruba people of Southwest Nigeria. How do I know that? Because I've been there about 3 times, and my elders are always wondering when I'm going to speak Yoruba fluently. Okay, so your answer is going to be Beni. Okay, so E caro, She da ni. Okay, She da ni means how are you? Okay, so you can say Beni. Now, understand that's just of the Yoruba people in Southwest Nigeria, because then you got the Igbo people, and you got the this is that. So yeah, it's and Yoruba is very tonal, extremely tonal. So if you don't say it correctly, you're going to be saying something crazy. I have stories about that, but I won't tell you that now. So this morning, well, first let me introduce myself. I am Ei Barbara. Ei means mother. Um, I'm a native of Cleveland, of course, been a school nurse and other kinds of nursing for 40 some years. And also, I like culture, so I travel. And I like the arts, so I sing and sometimes dance. Asan be playing, but I don't dance as well as some of the other dancers, but I like it. Um, this morning we're going to pour some libation. Everybody know what that is, basically? Let me just tell you the reason why real quick. I'm not going to be up here real long. But when you pour libation, you pour it into the dirt on the ground, usually, and you are calling on and giving recognition to your ancestral lineage, as well as whatever ancestors walked that particular part of the earth. So you can do that in your backyard. You can do that at a park. You can use water or omitutu. Omitutu is fresh water in Yoruba language, or you can use ot. Ot is liquor. Okay, you don't want to pour a whole lot. You're just going to pour little bits of it, and you're going to say prayers of recognition. Now, please understand this. Some people think we worship ancestors. No, we do not worship them. We venerate them. There is a difference. We recognize them. We give homage to them. We give thanks to them because they are still in us. So we want to say that. I want to say that we are not worshiping our ancestors. We're venerating them. And now, during this particular time that we're in, it might be a good idea to call on your ancestors, all your good ancestors. I don't care who you are, all of your benevolent ancestors. Okay? So I'm going to say this. Basically, it's saying we're using fresh water to open the road to communication, that type of thing, instead of trying to translate the whole thing. Now, what I want you to do while this is going on, think in terms of your favorite author who is no longer with us and call out the name of that author. Also, call out the name of your ancestors who are deceased that you know the names of, or you can say those whose names are known and unknown, whose faces are known and unknown, all of our benevolent ancestors. We do want to ask for the benevolent ones, okay? So here we go, and you all can start doing that. Omi tutu, ona tutu, ile tutu, tutu, la roye tutu, bogbo egun. Kosi ku kosi arun, kosi eo, kosi ofo, kosi dina, kosi akoba. Kosi fitibo, kosi alopa, kosi aselu, kosi buruku, kosi wahala, kosi jagun, jagun, kosi jamba. Fuwani bogbo ire, fuwani ogbon, fuwani elera, fuwani elafia, fuwani farabale, fuwani suru, fuwani ofo ashe, mopuele odamare, mopuele ori, mopuele bogbo egun, mopuele orisha, mopuele iami, fuwani ori irete de wapuele. Basically, what that was right there. was asking for a multitude of blessings, asking to keep away a multitude of negativity, asking that we will connect with God or whoever is God for you, that we will connect with them, that we will connect with our ancestors, that we will connect with yeah. So, did you all call out the names of the ancestors? Okay, then we will say Ashe, Ashe, Asheo. May it be so. Ashe.
Thank you.
Good morning. I want y'all to feel free to sing along with me. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on to victory. Slowly the road we stride, never the testing run. For till the days of when born has died, when with this day we have not all weary. Come to the place for which our people stand. We have come over the way that tears has been gone. We have come that the weather is strong. Out from the glory past till now we stand at last with the white queen of our bright stars. God of our wearies, God of our silences, God who has brought us thus far. Oh, who has gone by led us into the light. Keep us forever in Christ. There's a strong food straight from the places I got where we met thee. There's stars walk with the wonder, walk with the shadow me. True to our God, true to our name,
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erica Marks. I'm the Senior Director of Outreach and Programming here at the Cleveland Public Library. On behalf of our CEO and Executive Director, Felton Thomas, and our Board of Trustees, I want to welcome you all to our new MLK campus. We're honored to be able to host the 2025 Glossy conference in this new space. I remember when it was just a conversation that we were having before it was built, so it feels beautiful to actually be here today. We welcome all of you to visit us again, and we want to say hello to all of our friends online, near and far. That being said, I hope you all enjoyed the program, and I would like to welcome Dr. Leah Lewis to the podium.
Thank you, Erica. My team and I are thrilled to work with you and the CPL team once again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to the 8th Annual Great Lakes African American Writers Conference, affectionately known as Glossy, so named by my dear friend Don Arrington, founder of Comics at the Corner. It is fitting when you think of glossy paper, since our mission focuses on books, journalism, screenwriting, and all manner of professional writing and aspiring. It is great to be with you for the 4th year at CPL, our host site, and our 8th year in total. My thanks to Director Felton Thomas and Heidi Sturmeyer, with whom I have worked on various initiatives over nearly the last decade. I also want to thank Brian Sterick of CPL, who is managing the AV for us today. We must also thank our sponsors. Let me start with our day ones, our legacy sponsors, the Cleveland Foundation and their Annisville Wolf Funds, supported by Lillian Curry, CEO, and Courtney Morrow, the new director of the Annisville Wolf Book Awards, the anchor event of the Cleveland Book Fest, as well as Cuyahoga Arts and Culture. We are thankful for our newest partners, the Cuyahoga County Public Library and HarperCollins Publishers, the sponsors of today's Langston Hughes literary keynote, to be delivered shortly by Diane McKinney Whetstone, the author of Family Spirit and many other award-winning novels. Bill Kelly, Hillary Walker, and Shara Shoof, I thank you. Throughout the day, you will hear all of our sponsors lifted up. Some have supported us through the years, others are new to the fold. Our gratitude to each sponsor and community partner. Glossy could not be all that it is without your contributions. I encourage each of you to visit our website to learn more about our history, the history of Glossy, a history that you are now squarely a part of. I remain grateful to serve as the leading force in bringing such dynamic programming to you, Columbus, Detroit, and the wider Great Lakes region and beyond. I must give a special shout out to our friends and writing colleagues who are joining us via live stream today from the Columbus Metropolitan Library, led by the incomparable Colette Harrell and her associate producers, Sandy Hempel, Alicia Wiggins, and D.L. Augustine. A particular note of thanks goes to Cheney Scott of the Columbus Metropolitan Library for making this Cleveland-Columbus bridge possible. And to our friends at the Detroit Public Library, I say to you, what up though? If you're from Detroit, you know what that means. Our thanks to Christine Peel and Emmy Jackson for partnering with us. I celebrate every participant on today's program. These beautiful, wise, creative souls have come forth today to share from the depths of their experience as living examples of the craft of writing and thriving. Thankfully, I am bolstered by a wonderful team. Nicole D. Miller, our new assistant producer, and my stalwarts, Kalia Vesey and James Workin, and many volunteers contributing to Glossy today. Today, please be at ease. This is a safe space. It is a warm, loving, and energetic space. It is a space of creation, connection, and proliferation. This is a place of heritage, of legacy, and celebration. As we celebrate, may we be edified. May we find clarity where there is confusion, a lack of direction, and wanting. May we find a welcoming and engaging community where there is a sense of loneliness and longing. May we find creativity and inspiration where there is a hankering to express ourselves in beautiful and constructive ways. And lastly, may we find love where there is a void in anything antithetical to love. Now, I introduce the newest member of our team, assistant producer Nicole D. Miller, a serial and award-winning author and podcaster. Glossy, I present Nicole D. Miller.
Good morning. It is lovely to see everyone. Thank you guys for coming out. I am honored to introduce a good friend of mine and also my namesake, Nicole B. Hutchins, also known as Nikki B. Nicole, meaning victory of the people, gave Nikki B a profound sense of purpose the moment she learned its meaning. It inspired her to see herself not just as an individual, but as someone destined to uplift others. Nikki B is a loving nickname given by her father, and together with her birth name, it sparked the creation of VIP with Nikki B, where she celebrates the victories within people and helps them see the victory in themselves. Nikki B is known for her engaging personality, heartfelt communication, and dynamic style that resonates across audiences of all ages and backgrounds. Whether she's hosting her radio show VIP with Nikki B on Cleveland Smooth Jazz, Metro Urban News One Radio, hosting the Futureland 365 radio and podcast show, or captivating crowds on red carpets and at conferences, big or small, Nikki B brings an energy that connects and inspires. Beyond the mic, Nikki B is deeply invested in her community, often lending her time and talents to charity events and fundraisers that champion meaningful causes. Today, she continues to make her mark through compelling storytelling, impactful conversations, and her unwavering commitment to helping people live fully and love deeply. A positive force and leader, Nikki B remains dedicated to using her gifts to make a lasting difference in every life she touches. Please give a round of applause for our Mistress of Ceremonies, Nikki B. After hearing that, I'm like, oh, who is she talking about? Oh, okay, that's me. Awesome and amazing morning, you all. My name is Nikki B, and it is such an honor to be here to be your Mistress of Ceremonies for this morning's agenda in the show, right? So good morning, you all. Yes, I love that. Give me that energy. I need that, right? Yes, early on this Saturday morning, usually what I would be doing is probably watching a podcast, editing a podcast, or creating the script for the following week. So it's a pleasure to be with you all this morning here at the library. So welcome to the 2025 Great Lakes African American Writers Conference. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. The team has been planning for this for a very long time. There's been changes, there's been flows, there's been inspiration, ideas. So again, I'm so excited to be here with you all to present all of the things to you all today. So before we begin, just like Dr. Leah just presented and shared with you all some of the sponsors, I'll do the same as well. So some of our legacy sponsors, the Cleveland Foundation, the Annisfield Wolf Book Awards, Cuyahoga Arts and Culture, and the Cleveland Public Library. Please join me in showing them some love. Clock that. If you know, you know. And also Cuyahoga County Public Library, Case Western Reserve University. We also have Futurelands, yes, absolutely. The George Fund Foundation, Greater Cleveland Urban Film Festival, and the Ohio Arts Council. I won't name them all because I'm sure that you all are here and you can read those as well, right? Yes. All right, a few housekeeping notes for you all. So if you pre-purchase books, please retrieve them from the third space action lab table. So, and they're actually right back there. Say, hey girl, she's waving back there. So if you purchase some books, you can pick those up in the back. Also, books will also be available for purchase today for $24, with a portion of the proceeds going back and supporting Glossy. So I love that. Yeah, so when you purchase a book today, you're actually helping an amazing cause. So we love that. Also, we have an opportunity for you all to make a donation. So to support the work of the African American writers in the Midwest, the Great Lakes African American Writers Conference, pronounced Glossy, and y'all look glossy this morning too. I see you. Y'all look good for this Saturday morning. Yes, I see you. And this is fitting for celebrating its 8th year. So please feel free and do your part. Go ahead and donate. Also, one more thing, check out the Glossy bookstore. Here is where a collection of talented authors are featured for 2025. And that's at Glossy, GLAAWC, .us/bookstore/. And now, you guys, I have the amazing pleasure of introducing this year's Langston Hughes Literary Keynotes. Let's give a round of applause already. Let's set the tone, yeah? Let's set the tone there. So you guys, this year, this is amazing. Because I was reading this young lady's bio and I did a little research too. And she is truly, as I say this all the time, she's truly awesome and amazing in her gift and what she does. So Miss Diane McKinney Whetstone is the author of critically acclaimed novels Our Gin, Tumbling, Lazaretto, Tempest Rising, Blues Dancing, Leaving Cecil Street, Trading Dreams at Midnight, and Family Spirit. She is the recipient of numerous awards introducing including the Black Caucus of the American Library Association's Literary Award for Fiction, an honor she has won twice. Let's clap it up for that, right? Not just one time. She said, oh, let me get that 2 times, right? And I'm not even sure if she was striving for that, but she was truly, and I think we can all attest to this, just being in her genius. So I love that so much. So her work has appeared in The Atlantic, Essence, Philadelphia Magazine, and the Philadelphia Inquirer. She is also a past lecturer at the University of Pennsylvania. Diane lives in Philadelphia with her husband, Greg. Hey, Greg. You watching? Hey, Greg. So you guys, please join me in welcoming our distinguished 2025 Langston Hughes Literary Keynote Speaker, Miss Diane McKinney Whetstone. Come on up.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm like you. Who's she talking about? It is wonderful to be here with you all this morning to talk about writing, how we write, what helps us write, what keeps us from writing. How many of you are actively working on something at this point? Very good. I love that. I absolutely love that. So I will, I want to read a little from my book, from Family Spirit. Uh, but first, I just want to tell you how I write. Uh, how do I write? That's a good question. As all of you writers know, that we all come to the place of being in the gap, that place of knowing, thinking we know where we want to go, maybe having an outline, having a general sense of, I want to say X, Y, and Z. I want to tell this story about A, B, and C. I want to talk about their desires, their discord, the conflict, family, community, where we are as Black people, where I am as a Black woman, with Black men. I mean, I just like all of these things that we want to evoke, that we want to share, because we think that we know some things. Uh, the more I write, the more I discover how much I do not know. And the more often I find myself in what I call the gap and writing through the gap. Through 8 novels now, my first, dare I say, next year we'll be celebrating its 30th anniversary, Tumbling. Uh, and you all should look shocked that, I've been doing this for 30 years. I have. That's it. I started writing as a toddler. Absolutely. That that what I've come to know through all of these years is that gap space, that space between what a writer knows and what she will come to discover, is where the strongest work is born. It can feel uncomfortable. It can feel very scary because it's departing from the script that we had in our head, in our heart, about what it is that we wanted to create. It can feel as if we're lost, as if we're in the middle of the woods, separated from our companions, no cell phone signal, and it doesn't matter because the cell phone died. Every sound, every sensation in those woods feels threatening. There's the horrible, horrible sound that ravens make, this like coughing sound. And that is coming from every direction. And the sound seems to mock. And the paranoia sets in. And at that point, I maybe wish my cell phone was working so I could Google if ravens eat humans. I mean, it gets to that point. It's a despairing sense. It's wanting to call out for help, wanting to call mommy, even though, I'm a grandmother. It's the walking in circles until the legs are tired, until you sit on the hardened earth and accept this lost state of being. Acceptance. I have to accept that I am lost. And after all of that, accepting, crying because you can't find home, you realize you're in the gap. Now you can experience the power, the magic of not knowing, because that is when the imagination can take over. The imagination becomes the bridge over these very troubled gap waters. That is when the discovery happens. Sitting on that ground in the middle of the woods, lost. The sun is setting and you feel this warmth and you realize that the sun is setting. You see streams coming through the trees of red and purple and orange. And then at least now you know where west is. You at least now have some sense of direction of getting home. There could be a gurgling brook with birds dipping and dancing along the rainbows that the refraction of the water is making in a creek, fish just below riding on the rainbows, the trees snapping that sounded like the brother who was drumming earlier, and has its own rhythm, and then the fireflies start to spark their yellow and orange, and even they are to the beat. The air feels like cotton, and it smells like a mixture of mud and mint. And you think, this is what discovery smells like. That is what that aroma is. Your heart beats up, though this time not out of fear, not out of desperation of being lost, but of the hope and the anticipation of knowing. You feel alive, awake. Suddenly getting home, the destination, the ending, the story is not the most important thing, because at this point, you feel a sense of freedom to roam, to relax in it, to allow the story to come to you. When I was working on my first novel, Tumbling, I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew that I had reached a point in my life where I had succumbed to this internal thunder that was telling me that if when I reached the end of my life and looked over my regrets, never having at least attempted fiction writing would be up there. And once I realized that, it was everywhere. People who I hadn't seen for years would ask me, "Are you writing?" And I would say, "Well, I write for work all the time," as I did at that point. And no, but are you really writing? A very, a sage friend I have, much older than me, who I respected immensely, said, "Diane, do you know that if you are born to do something and you don't do it, that all of that energy will turn on you? And do you know that that can make you sick? Do you know that that can kill you?" And I was like, whoa, I hadn't expected something so heavy. In a sense, though, it can kill a spirit to sit on something like that. So I started writing. I didn't have the time. I was working, engaged in my community, had raising twins, married, traveling for my job. I mean, just all of the activities of living consumed every waking hour. I had no time. So I had to discover a time that was just for me, that I didn't have to negotiate with family, with employers, with friends, with church work, with whatever else I was involved in. That time for me was very early in the morning, like 4:30, 5 o'clock. And I started getting up and I started writing, and this, like a champagne cork, spilled all over the page. I was amazed. It became like a really magic time for me, and became a messy time. The time didn't fit into the writing, didn't stay contained to that 2 hours every morning that I'd set aside for. I'd look up, it was 8:30, my children were late for school, my husband was late for work. I was getting notes from the school, please help them get here on time. It was very embarrassing. But it was necessary for me to like just do it and give it everything. So I was working on the first novel, decided, or the setting came to me, 40s, 50s, Philadelphia, my mother's time. I'd heard so much about her stories about her neighborhood and how she grew up in this wonderful neighborhood. And so I was writing about this idyllic family on this idyllic block. And during that time, Terry McMillan was having huge success, but she was also being criticized for her portrayal of Black men. And I was determined that my novel would be filled with these, the Black men would be good. They weren't going to like run around on their wives. They were just good, strong family men. I was determined, and I was writing in that direction. And then I came to the gap, to the lost in the woods, because the story stopped moving. And after all of this exhilaration of working on this and creating some of the best sentences known to humanity, or at least known to me, that suddenly I don't know where I'm going. I'm lost. I have no GPS. I'm in the woods. There are all these sounds. There are these ravens. They're going to eat me. It was a desperate time for me after all of the hope that here I was. There's a jazz singer in the novel, and it seemed that the main character, Herbie, was attracted to her, and I couldn't let that happen because my book was, the black men were going to be good. They weren't going to do this kind of thing. But it happened. As I sat there in the gap, lost, not knowing what I could do, finally admitting, accepting, I'm lost and I don't know where I'm going. And then suddenly alive to all of my senses, alive to what was going on around me, the sights and the smells and the feel of the air and the smell of the woods and all of that. I realized I have to let this happen. And I did. I yielded to the characters. I let my imagination take over. I got out of my head, no longer writing from my head, but from my heart and my soul. And the characters were saying to me, if you put us in the same paragraph, we're going to get together. And that's what I did. After kicking and screaming, no, this is going to mess up the book. Those sections for me became some of the strongest points of the book because it helped me to imagine the other characters. It helped me to imagine his wife. And as it turns out, they're living in an unconsummated marriage. I didn't know that. And so he's doing this even though he loves his wife. He's just doing this because he has to. And so I could still have empathy and respect for this character. I could have tremendous empathy for his wife and for the woman, for the jazz singer. All of this started to come together, and I discovered parts of the story that I would not have known if I continued on with my head thinking, this is what this story is about. This is what this story must be about. This is what I will make this story about. I was able to then allow my imagination to take over and allow the story to come to me. That's how my first novel, Tumbling, was born. Every novel after that, I've come to this place of being in this gap and not knowing where I'm going and feeling such despair, and then realizing, sit yourself down on a hardened ground, let the story come to you. Be in this powerful state of not knowing and let your imagination take over. And trust me, the imagination gets very close. I'm amazed at what the imagination can do when I allow it. I have come to realize the maxim about writing what you know is very limiting. My maxim, which I told my students at Penn all the time, write what you can imagine. Because really, you don't know what you know. A novel can take 2 years. You don't know what you will come to know in those 2 years if you continue along the path that you set at the outset. You have to allow yourself to sit in the discomfort of the gap and then to find the illumination and let your senses come alive. That's when the story is born. My current novel, 8th novel, Family Spirit, actually is about a family of clairvoyants. And they are, they have issues. It's this family of these strong Black women, and they have what's called the knowing gene that they believe has been passed down to at least one girl child in every generation from as far back as they can trace. I mean, I knew nothing about clairvoyant people and how they operate, and so I let my imagination do some of that work for me. The main character, the sage of the family, reminds me a lot of my grandmother, who, I don't know if she was necessarily clairvoyant, but she knew things. I mean, she had, born in the 1890s, had a very, very limited formal education, but she is still, in all of my years, the smartest person I've ever known. I mean, she could look at a person and kind of tell you what they were like. A situation would come up and she would say, that's not going to end well. She'd be right. She knew how to adjust her recipe for yeast rolls based on how much humidity was in the air. So she was also a bit of a chemist. I mean, she just knew things. And so I was working on the novel. I just thought about that. How does someone come to that? And I realized that it's not relying on the head, that it's also allowing the heart, allowing the soul to come into the process, allowing ourselves to discover what it is that we don't know. I'll read just a little bit from the beginning of Family Spirit, and it's about this is the beginning, so it needs no other setup. Except to say that the characters go through some things. One of the characters denies her gift. The other breaches of family vows, gets, expunged from the home. And so it was her way of denying her gift. So it's also about just the burden of being gifted. It's about legacy. It's about how we communicate what we know. It's about Black families and how we pull together, come apart, always coming back together again. It's about the strength of Black families and Black women in particular. It was 70 degrees, ocean blue sky, the sun like a mound of lemon drops convening, no glare. The air was as sweet as Nat King Cole's voice flowing from the brand new 2004 Mini Cooper as the car turns into the shopping center. The car's driver loved Nat's rendition of Unforgettable, so he turned his CD player to automatic repeat, mainly to distract himself from the pain in his heart. This was not the typical "my woman did me wrong" pain, but real center of chest pain that had prompted him to go to the urgent care next to Marshall's. By the time he had the facility in his sights, the pain in his chest had grown so crushing that he could no longer steer, brake, mash his horn, call out, "Lord, help me." Cruelly, though, he could see, he could hear. He saw the glass front of Marshall speeding toward him. He heard Nat King Cole's lovely crooning, overtaken by screams pitched so high, he thought the screams not as Mini Cooper had caused the storefront to burst and shadow. "Ayana," one woman shrieked over and over. "Ayana, my God, Ayana." In his delirium, he had the thought that as soon as he was able to stop the car, he'd help the woman find Ayana. But he was already stopped by the tangle of shopping carts and a mammoth stuffed Easter bunny with folded arms hugging bags of jelly beans and pink and purple boxes filled with chocolate-covered coconut eggs. 6-year-old Ayana was skipping next to Lorna, her mother, as they entered Marshall. She pulls her hands from her mother's and smiled and waved to a woman sitting out front on a mobility scooter. The woman reminded her of Gigi, her grandmother, with her oak-colored skin and white cottony hair, styled in a puffy upsweep. "Aren't you a cutie pie? And I love those beads on your braids," the woman said. Ayana said thank you and asked the woman if she could tell her a secret. And the woman giggled and whispered in Ayana's ear, and they went back and forth like that until the woman announced she better scoot over to Michael's to meet her daughter. After Ayana watched the woman get beyond the glass front of Marshall, she ran into the store to the sound of her mother's exasperated voice. "What were you doing? I thought you were right next to me. And was that lady? And what were you all whispering about? About the car? Car, Lorna asked as she pulled Ayana across the store toward the designer section, breathing through her mouth as she began rifling through the jumbled racks in this Marshalls. She was trying to avoid the smells of polyester, plastic, and tin, the smells of imitation, leftovers, last year's unwanted. She especially hated being in here the day before Easter when everything was already picked over, but she was still trying to satisfy the insatiable childhood wanting that bouts of psychotherapy had failed to cure, that she might feel new on Easter Sunday. She swiped hangers across poles and kept one eye on Ayana skipping around a display of artificial peace lilies. Rusted memories from her own childhood surged, and she saw herself and her sisters marching in a row behind their mother, going to Easter service in itchy donated garb. Only their hair was new, freshly washed, softly pressed into upswept ringlets. Such pretty girls, people said. Such a shame they lost their father that way. Her sisters followed their mother's lead as they strutted in the church, owning the attitude that they were good enough as they were. That attitude was lost on Lorna. She imagined people felt sorry for them with their poor selves. Poor people don't have what they need, her mother would say. We have everything. We're just a little temporarily broke is all. Broke, not broken. Was there a difference, Lorna wondered? Wondered it now. She peered at the price tag on a mint-colored linen suit, which was at least more affordable than the one she just returned to Neiman Marcus, because she could no longer justify the full price expense. She was a local model who hadn't had a booking in over a month, and she just learned earlier today that her husband would have to settle for the kill fee for a Black Enterprise piece he'd worked on for a dozen weeks. She looked around for Ayana, who had moved from the plastic lilies. Please stay where I can see you, she called out. Why don't you go play with that huge Easter bunny in the window? Isn't it cute, Lorna coaxed. I can't, Ayana said, pouting. Why not, Lorna asked, talking more to the suit than to Ayana. Because it's too close to the car crash. Car crash, Lorna asked. Yeah, the red car in the window. Red car in the window? I don't see any red car, Lorna said, glancing toward the window. What are you talking about? She held the suit skirt to her waist to test the length. Nothing, Ayana said, swallowing the rest of it and shaking her head so the beads on her braided bangs bounced against her forehead. She moved farther away from her mother and told her she was going to hide. You have to come find me, she said, then disappeared behind her display of skinny jeans. No, ma'am, we are not playing hide and seek in this store, Lorna warned, as she said, excuse me, over and over to get to a blouse. She cursed under her breath and looked around for Ayana. She didn't see her. She called her name in that voice that came from deep in her throat. At least as Lorna tried to find her, she was drawn away from the storefront that exploded. Right then, as the red Mini Cooper came barreling in through the Marshalls, as if barreling in through the Marshalls window, as if it too were short on cash and looking to find an Easter outfit on the cheap. For a nanosecond after, the collected horror of a car crashing into the store was sucked up like a grand inhalation, and the world inside Marshalls went silent and still. Then the exhale tilted the store with screams and shouts and footsteps running away from the car, toward it, around it, as if everyone in here were involved in a frenetic line dance with no DJ to call out the steps. Lorna's voice ranged from screeching to guttural as she cried out Ayana's name. She clutched the linen suit to her chest as if the suit would save them. The irony was not lost on her that had it not been for the suit, for her conceit, she'd be home, helping Miles work through his deflation of the rejected article that contained pieces of his soul. Your claiming to be clairvoyant family should have warned you not to quit your day job instead of encouraging you to live your dream. Some dream, she thought, but not verbalized when he told her his piece had been rejected, though she sensed that she may as well have used her words anyhow, the way his face had collapsed as he waited for her to say something. What would his face do when she told him that because of her, they lost their only child? Father have mercy, she said as she pushed toward the wreck. She saw the oversized bunny first, the poor bunny with its foam insides protruding, mashed chocolate eggs and jelly beans scattered like a damaged memorial for a killed child. Somebody was opening a car door, somebody else down on the floor looking to see if a person was trapped under the car. She wailed out Ayana's name as she took in the smells of fumes and gasoline and burnt rubber. She almost slipped on twisted metal shards of glass, wondered if her daughter's diamond earrings were among the thousands of gleaming specks carpeting the floor. She prayed she wouldn't see Ayana's My Little Pony purse, her bright yellow jacket, even as she saw Ayana's light flash in front of her. the golden brown baby with the tassel crown of thick curly hair, who laughed out loud at a week old, who spoke in full sentences at a year, who had a wide, gushy smile like her dad's and a warm, friendly demeanor like his too. Unlike her own, she could be cold. Why are pretty women so mean? Miles would tease her when he was trying to bring her out of a mood. Was this her punishment for her meanness? Lord, no. Please no, she called out as she spun around in circles. Then she saw the pink beads that adorned Ayana's braided bangs, followed by the whole of her child running and jumping and waving her hands in the air. Was all she gasped as she scooped Ayana into her arms and covered her with the suit and ran with her to the back of the store through a dusty corridor marked employees only. She needed to protect Ayana, shaking Ayana and herself from what she imagined was the mangled driver, the possibility even that the car might catch fire. She could already hear sirens as they exited Marshall's through the loading dock. She slowed herself as they walked through the parking lot and approached her car. She put Ayana down. It's okay. We're okay. You're okay, right? Ayana nodded, even as she stood there shivering. Lorna draped the mint-colored linen jacket around Ayana and put her in the back seat and then climbed in next to her. She smoothed her fingers down Ayana's face and told her, breathe. Real slow, real deep. Just breathe with mommy. In and out, in and out. Ayana did. Then she put her head on her mother's chest. And they snuggled like that as Lorna watched the fire trucks and emergency vehicles crowding around Marshall's. I'll stop there. Thank you all. That chapter happened in the Gap. So, okay, thank you.
Let's give Diane another round of applause, please. Diane, I want to ask you 3 questions before we turn it over to the audience.
Okay.
The first is, when did you know you were ordained to be a writer and an award-winning writer?
I think I knew in childhood, you know, as children, we are told, and I raised my children the same way, everyone has a talent, and it is up to you to discover that talent and use it for some kind of good. You know, I couldn't sing. I really wanted to sing. I could not sing, couldn't dance. I mean, I didn't have all of the, you know, what we consider talents. I wasn't athletic, but I could put sentences together. And I actually won an award when I was 10 years old. We'd gone to the Franklin Institute in Philly and on a vacation Bible school trip, day school trip. And we had to write an essay afterwards, detailing what we saw. And I wrote an essay, and I didn't realize it was a contest, but I wrote the essay. It was an assignment. And the closing ceremony for the week of vacation Bible school, I was awarded. I was called up because I'd written the best essay, and I was amazed by that. And I think that just got in my head and in my heart that maybe this is my talent. Maybe this is something I can do.
Well, I have to tell you, I am a lover of Abbott Elementary, so I am so thrilled to have you here as a Philadelphian.
Absolutely.
Sister Quinta Brunson is doing her thing.
Yes, she is.
And the two of you represent Philly so well.
Thank you so much.
Yes, when I read your book, I was put into the mindset of old-fashioned vinyl records. And let me tell you why. You honored Philly with its music, with its location, and I saw layers in your work. I saw you writing about Nona, writing about Ayana. So I thought about the vinyl of old school and the needle hitting the record and it's spinning, and we get these layers until we get to the end. So family spirit is richly layered. How in the world do you weave such a web?
Thank you for that metaphor. And I'm telling you right now, I'm going to use that.
Okay.
I'll try to remember to credit
It
you,
struck me.
but I'm going to say, you know what?
Yes.
This is like a vinyl record. Because vinyl records, it hits every
Yes.
sound.
Yes.
That is, thank you. That's
Yes,
a,
well,
that's a
you know,
huge
in the
compliment.
church, we say you have to credit me the first time.
Okay.
And then after that, you can claim it as your
Okay,
own.
okay,
Okay.
got it. Yes. It is, I think once I start writing and once I start uncovering things and the characters actually do, I get a sense of what it is that they need and where they want to go. And I follow the characters and they then uncover things that would have been unexplored for me. So that's what happens with the layers. And I think also with the complexities, human nature is so very complex. And as I write about the characters and then as they reveal themselves, just the complexities come through. And so I think my goal as a writer is to get into the complexities so that a character is never reduced to a stereotype, particularly as a Black author, and I'm writing about Black people, that I want my characters to like feel real, as if people I know, as if other people can, so that other people can read the novel and feel as if they know them too. So it's not just this, stereotypical like angry Black woman. If she's angry, like, why is she angry? And then get into the layers to figure that out for me, and then to reveal it for the reader.
I think you do a great job with those layers and explaining why people are the way they are. And I found that helpful because Ayana's mom irritated me a little bit. And, I had to resolve that and you helped me with it.
Good.
My final question before we take questions from the audience is, you talked about the gap in your keynote. What are 3 essential skills that you think writers, aspiring or established, must cultivate in order to be successful?
Number 1 is the skill of observation. I mean, you can only like allow onto the page what it is that is inside of you, even if you're not aware that it is inside of you. And so to keenly observe things, to listen to people, listen to how even the rhythm of someone's speech can reveal a lot about that person. To look beyond what's on the surface, but to try to look beneath and if someone is talking, what actually are they saying? To the sounds of things. I mean, the feel of the air comes up in my writing over and over again. So I try to like really experience that. Like, what does the air feel like? How does a certain color make me feel? What are these smells? I mean, the olfactory sense is so powerful, particularly with memory. And so to evoke a smell can take a reader places. What do things sound like? I think that's number 1, the most important skill for a writer, because much of the writing happens away from the desk and the laptop or paper and pen. It happens out in the world with what we're seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, experiencing. So observation skills are very, very important, and to use them and be aware of them, to just have this awareness of, I need to like really what are the sensations here? That's number 1. The second is to have the ability to pull apart from the literal world. I mean, I write very early in the morning and, the sun is rising and there's something about that for me where I think there's something, number 1, it's this miracle every night and every day that we just all take for granted, the sun rising and sun setting, and that there's like an energy there that I can tap into. I mean, it just feels really spiritual for me. But to pull apart, when I first get up and between that and when I'm no longer writing and start my day, is that's my time when I'm not engaged with what else is going on in life. It's me, it's the page, it's the characters. It's what my heart and soul are telling me, where the characters are leading me. So I'm away from my literal world, particularly today with everything that is going on, that can just be all consuming, that can, you know, engender this rage about everything that's going on. I really need that time when I'm not in those spaces at all. I'm just in my space. That's number 2. And then number 3 is being able to write through uncertainty. I mean, like being in the gap, being able to allow that, well, both things can be true, and not having to choose an either or. Because when I allow both things to be true, then there's this synthesis that happens and something new develops as a result. So those are the 3 things: the observation, having the time, and living with ambiguity.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, we're going to take questions from the audience, and I do mean questions. Okay, does everybody know what that means? No speeches, please. Does anyone have a question for Diane? Let me bring the mic to you. All right, Esther Fitz, who gave us that beautiful rendition
Oh, it was beautiful.
of the Negro National
Brought
Anthem.
tears to my eyes. Yes.
Okay, so I heard you kind of touch on in the beginning where you're talking about getting yourself to actually write. What is like the key to getting yourself to write when you don't feel like it, or you don't have the energy, or you feel kind of stuck?
I think that those are, for me, the most important time to write, because it could be that I don't want to do this, or, you know, like avoiding all the things that we do to avoid. You know, I'd rather, like, some days line up the shoes in my closet as opposed to sitting down to write. And I hate dealing with shoes in my closet. They're always a mess. So why am I avoiding it? I mean, because I'm stuck, because I don't like where it's going, because something about the material is threatening. So that is the time when I need to, like, really push through, sit down, write, even if it's not what I'm working on, just to allow myself to free write. And when I do that, things will come to the surface that I'd not considered. And just feelings that I'm having, that then I can then move beyond that and write in earnest. So, write. Mm-hmm.
All right, next question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Looking forward to getting my book back here. Earlier, we were honoring some of the authors that maybe have gone before us, some of those that have been, like, influenced our work. And the first 2 I thought about were Toni Morrison, I know, and Nikki Giovanni. And I was just wondering, are there any authors that have influenced your writing, or that you go back to maybe during those times where you are stuck or you need some inspiration? So just wondering about some of your favorites.
Sure. Yes. During that libation, which was powerful for me, I did call Toni Morrison's name, because that has, I mean, she was such a powerful influence, not in a way that I could imitate her, because who can, but just as an inspiration of what it is possible to do with the English language. I mean, I'm just so, I will go back to her again and again just to inspire me. Okay, you probably can't write this sentence, but you can write your own sentence that can have some of these qualities. So Toni Morrison for sure. James Baldwin also, just the nature of his writing. I mean, Go Tell It on the Mountain, just the circular nature, which is kind of how we think. That's how we live. We're here in the moment, and then we're 10 minutes ago, and then we're 10 years ago, and then we're back in the moment, and just going around and around, and then coming back to that point. It's how my thinking works anyhow sometimes. And so definitely James Baldwin as well.
All right, Diane, we have a question that has come in from Columbus, Ohio. Mm-hmm. And they have asked, out of all of your novels, which one was the hardest to write and why?
I think between the second and the third. I'll say the third novel, because that was about 2 star-crossed lovers who meet at Penn, and the young man falls into a heroin addiction. And drags her into it too. And that was a very difficult novel for me because I had a friend who that actually happened to, even though this was not about him per se, but just that experience of, falling into a heroin addiction with all of this potential and all of this promise to his life. So I was writing the novel with this kind of, how could he, with this anger towards him and frustration, and the novel wasn't going anywhere. I mean, I was truly in the gap, and I thought about some of my experiences at Penn, and maybe I had come close to that. I don't know, but I then was able to think about, just the weight of being a young Black woman, Black neighborhood, all Black school, suddenly thrust into this environment very different from the one I knew. And I could then write the novel not from the standpoint of how could he, but for the grace of God. Could have been me. And so that then I could then render him with a sense of compassion. But that was a difficult story for me to get through. And I'm ultimately, I was proud that myself and of God for just for showing me the way, the compassionate way to render that story.
Diane, thank you for that. We're going to take 2, possibly 3 more questions.
Hello. Do you ever have times where you have so many ideas that you can't really choose what is going to take precedence at a time? And if yes, how do you make that decision, or how does that decision get made for you?
That's a really good question. And yes, there are times when the ideas are coming and there's like an embarrassment of riches because there's so many coming, and what do I focus on? What do I leave out? Ultimately, writing, crafting and then editing is a decision of what to keep in, what goes on the cutting room floor. So what I do is write it all. I follow all angles. And ultimately, if I can let go of my need to put this like writer stamp on it, like I wrote this, if I can back off from that, it seems that what's really important or what's the most important will seem to rise to the surface. And then that is then what I focus on. Sometimes it's a balance where I can mix and mingle with ideas. And again, that synthesis that I talked about can happen and can strengthen the writing. Sometimes it's holding them both, if they're two competing ideas, and see what can happen. With Family Spirit, it really was about the woman writing the novel, and then also this clairvoyant family, and whose story was it? And so I integrated both stories into the novel. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but it's like coming back and trying to, at that point, look at it objectively, and then just let them rise to the surface.
How do you not internalize the rejection of a story, a character, or a theme from your editor or your publisher?
That's so hard to do. I try not to internalize it, even though, the initial instinct is, well, what do they know? He's only edited, 1,000 writers. What does he know? There is the inclination to do that. I found a writing group, being in it with a group of other writers and people who can come to my work objectively and with respect, of course, and hearing what they say. If one person says this character isn't working for me, it's okay, that's that person's opinion. If 12 people say it, then there's like this quantity of response. And maybe that's something I might need to look at. Maybe it's not as good as I think. So a writing group has been really helpful for me. But you know what? If I'm burning with something and I feel as though no, I think this has to be there, and it has to be there, and it has to be there, I'll go with it and see what happens. And over time, it will reveal itself whether or not it can stay or not. But so I work hard not to internalize. I think that the criticism that bites the most is, in retrospect, the ones that I listened to, and the critic turned out to be saying some important things, but it was me that was rejecting it. So when I do internalize it, it's with the spirit of this is to help, not to hurt.
Diane, I saw a slew of hands go up. If I don't get to you all, hopefully you have purchased Diane's book today, and you can have a brief conversation with her while in line.
My question is, what do you think is the role of the African-American author in today's society that seems so chaotic?
I think the role of African-American writers is to tell our truth. And it is chaotic. And to tell our truth from an essential core. It's, when I'm writing, whenever I've tried to write about something that's important to me, that's very close to me, particularly with my fiction, it can have an imposed stamp. And so I'll step back and write, and then my worldview falls on the page in a much more organic way, and in a way where it's rising from the text and not me saying, this is how it is. It loses like that polemic quality when I am writing honestly. And so I think that the role is to write honestly, to write with truth. Sometimes facts for me as a novelist can sometimes get in the way, because facts can be corrupted, and they can be, manipulated to mean one thing to one person and another thing to another person. But when I'm dealing with an essential truth, that stands, and it stands on its own. And so I think that is the role. I take that as my role, and I think that is the role of Black writers everywhere, particularly in these times, to write truthfully.
All right, one final question before we turn it over to our Mistress of Ceremonies, Nikki B.
Hello, thank you for your time here. My question is, as a writer, because I'm a poet, how do you engage community in your work to encourage community to either tell a story so that they can be informed, to take action, to invoke engagement?
That's a thought-provoking question. Thank you for that. To engage community, I think it's to, you mean engage physically, or to engage to inspire action? Again, to write with truth, and to show the importance of where we are today, how we got here, to invoke the ancestors and what they endured. And if they could endure what they endured so that we could be here, then what is our responsibility? To make sure that generations can follow us, and can follow us in a way that, in very livable, progressive ways. So I think to tell your truth, however that is, as a poet, my sister is a poet, and I have such admiration and envy for poets. I wrote, very bad poetry in undergraduate, and it probably has something to do with the wine we drank, but yes, absolutely. And poets especially I'm thinking about, Nikki Giovanni, Maya Angelou, have a way to speak emphatically and with impact that does in fact move us. Yes.
A round of applause. You so graciously answer all of those questions. I'm burning over here with questions as well, but I'll reach out to you and I'm sure you'll be able to answer those questions. So while Miss Diane is heading back to sign her books, what we're going to do now is have an announcement, an anthology announcement. It's pre-recorded by Miss Maisha Hedden.
Hello, my name is Maisha Hedden, and on behalf of Dr. Leah Lewis, the founder of Glossy, I am pleased to announce the creation of Glossy's first ever literary anthology. The anthology will fit squarely within the mission of Glossy, which is to raise, elevate, and make known the voices of amazing writers throughout the Midwest. Shout out to our partners and affiliates in Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Indiana, Pennsylvania. We want to get all of these voices heard. Also, this aim of this anthology is to fit squarely within the ecosystem of existing fantastic independent publishers in the Midwest. I'm talking about books like Ballots and Bullets from Lawrence Hill Books, Resisting Segregation from Cleveland Landmark Press, and We Made It to School Alive from 12 Literary Arts and Outlandish. Publishing is hard, so it is our aim to be a solution to that. So I will be an editor of the anthology along with my colleague, Kim Sadler. The theme for this first anthology can be summarized sort of with this quote from Alexis de Tocqueville. In America, the majority raises formidable barriers around the liberty of opinion. Within these barriers, an author may write what he pleases, but woe to him if he goes beyond them. HOLOGY@gmail.com. And Kim and I look forward to reading your work. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Maisha Hedden, and on behalf of Dr. Leah Lewis, the founder of Glossy, I am pleased to announce the creation of Glossy's first ever literary anthology. The anthology will fit squarely within the mission of Glossy, which is to raise, elevate, and make known the voices of amazing writers throughout the Midwest. Shout out to our partners and affiliates in Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Indiana, Pennsylvania. We want to get all of these voices heard. Also, this aim of this anthology is to fit squarely within the ecosystem of existing fantastic independent publishers in the Midwest. I'm talking about books like Ballots and Bullets from Lawrence Hill Books, Resisting Segregation from Cleveland Landmark Press, and We Made It to School Alive from 12 Literary Arts and Outlandish. Publishing is hard, so it is our aim to be a solution to that. So I will be an editor of the anthology along with my colleague Kim Sadler. The theme for this first anthology can be summarized sort of from this quote from Alexis de Tocqueville. In America, the majority raises formidable barriers around the liberty of opinion. Within these barriers, an author may write what he pleases, but woe to him if he goes beyond them. So we're looking for stories about when the majority, when the community, when those in power get it wrong. These are going to be stories about termination, eviction, disbarment, excommunication, being thrown out, removed from the memory rolls, wrongly persecuted, censored, canceled, hazed, shunned, deleted, banned, recalled, and just generally disregarded. We're looking for stories about when they picked poor Robin clean. So you can submit stories in fiction, nonfiction, and poetry. For the fiction and the nonfiction, the work should be between 1,500 to 3,000 words. We'll select approximately 15 for the first anthology. The submission window will open October 1st, 2025, and the window closes January 31st of 2026. It's free to submit, and you can submit at this email address. It's glossyanthology@gmail.com, GLAAWCANTHOLOGY@gmail.com. And Kim and I look forward to reading your work. Thank you so much.
Can you believe it? We've been here all morning on a Saturday together. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. So at this moment, if you guys have purchased your book from Ms. Diane, if you want to go ahead and purchase your book and get it signed, well, if you purchased it and you want to get it signed from her, please make your way to the back, right next to the third space reading table. So right back there, you can go ahead and get your book signed and ask those short questions to her. And you can have those questions answered as well if you were not able to get your questions asked or ask your question here. So now, while everyone is moving along there, we are moving right along here. So now, you guys, I am so excited about this one here. So this is the Alice Dunbar Nelson professional keynote time, right? So this is exciting here. So you guys are heading back that way. But also you want to check this out and listen to this here. So this is the Alice Dunbar Nelson Professional Keynote. Okay, so actually, pause a minute, take a beat. If you need to get a drink of water, have a peppermint or something like that, refresh yourself. Check out some of the other vendors as well. And then I'll call you guys back and we'll go into this session. And this will give everyone a little time to get back readjusted and give them some time also to listen to this next portion. So if you want to get your book signed, go right back to where Third Space Lounge is and have your book signed. Take a peruse at the other vendors that we have around as well. So this is what life is all about, pivoting and the ebbs and flows, okay? And we'll be right back, you all.
Will it go right there where that folder is? Like this is your notes. Oh, yeah. Don't want to tell my clicker on that floor. Now is I wasn't sure. Was the slides on here?
It's up there. It's up there, so you don't need it for up there on there. You just need it for your notes.
I need my notes here.
Yeah, this is fine. I'm gonna put this on the side. I'm gonna make sure I can close it. Underneath.
What side do you prefer this to be on this side or this side? 'Cause you know what? So people, you know what? I could sit.
Okay. I think it's fine though.
I want to be able to.
There we go. I was about to put it right here because it's got this.
Can I do this? I'm a lefty.
Yeah, see?
And I'm just anal with stuff.
It should be all right, like that.
Yeah. Now this is my clicker, right?
Yeah.
So where? Okay.
Well, the clicker, I think that's going towards that. That's going.
So he's going to let me know when I start.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to click. Correct. Let me make sure he has the slides was already sent, right?
That's what she said.
Okay. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Let me make sure.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's coming.
Okay. What we'll do is move that one over here and move this one.
Working on this for you.
This is older. I might have to.
Doing a great job. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's a lot. I definitely know it's a lot.
I thought things were broken up, so I didn't get time. I wanted to keep things going, but I realized I should have given a little time to make sure and wait for the thumbs up from you guys. So my apologies, Jimmy, right? Brian, where's Jimmy? I don't know. Brian, well, thank you. It's all hard.
So I'm like,
I was like,
like, you're
okay.
doing great. It's
Oh,
fine.
thank you, thank you. And then I realized, I noticed it before that there was a time. It's okay. Pivot. Pivot.
All right, so we don't need this, right? This
She needs it.
Okay.
It's for her notes. That's all.
Let's make sure this. And then I'm gonna bring it up. Just to
Okay,
make
so
sure.
she'll be able to see the slide and her notes. Okay. And which button does she hit to move them forward?
We went to go get some.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. So he'll probably.
Yeah, you got to connect. It's already connected.
Okay.
So
That's back, that's good. Okay. All right. I will let her know.
So you'll be able to see your notes, and then this to go back, this to go forward on the slides, and he'll make sure they're up there from the top. Oh, yeah. And you can see your notes. Let me see if people can see me if I'm sitting. If you're sitting, let's see. Nah. It's too low. You're beautiful. Looks so pretty. Yes. Oh yeah. That's it low. I don't think so. I'm a stand. I have to stand. But then we can keep the chair just behind you. Okay. All right. All right.
You okay?
Nice. Let me get this here. Why does that go? I'm a lefty. That's why I said what side you were. It feels very awkward. Here, bring that forward. Yeah. But you know I'm ambidextrous. I got it. And so, no, this is forward, this is back. Yep. Hey, Steve. How many years has it been? Oh. How are you? Working for the city and trying to do some stuff on my own. And that's nice.
Make some money for you know how we always should make money. Yes, I do. I do. And I see you just blowing up. I'm gonna have to talk to you. Well, look, I just try to do what I can do. You as well. Yes, we do. All right, let's talk. There's a lot of stuff that can be written. Okay. Let me know. I'll look you up and we'll talk. Okay. Set a time. Yeah. You got an iPhone? Uh-huh. Yeah. You got Paul. How do you do that thing? I just learned this the other day. Yeah. So let's just do this. You'll have to ask what it is. I'm not on it. I think so.
God likes to work in the miraculous.
Paul, is it not working? Right. Both of us got our
Okay, Lord, I'm gonna just trust. I'm gonna believe. Pray.
He knows how to do this.
I know.
He did this before. He does this. Right, and that's what my girlfriend did. He do.
But we're gonna start something soon. We're gonna start something soon. I'm working right now with a guy. We had a job.
He's so excited that he learned how to do it.
We started out with adults, and we started working with young people. And it worked really well. It was amazing. Oh, you gonna work with kids? They're gonna do this.
I'm gonna try to stand.
It's easy as working with the adults. You know?
With my own chair, because it's like I can't get out of nothing low, girl. I tell you, it's a 1 and a 2 and a 3. I said, look, if I fall, call the fire department. This is my little grandbaby.
They don't know what to
Hi,
do.
baby. Hi, baby.
Is this my
best friend?
What's wrong, honey? What you trying to do? So here's the best. Put your number. I guess I could have done that. That your first of all, it's got to be unlocked, and then you go to contacts. This makes it easy, and then you go like that.
So you just go to your contact. Oh, go to mine. Okay.
Yeah, go to your contact.
Okay.
It could be the Wi-Fi in here. Has it been good?
I had to go. You know what? I had to join their Wi-Fi on mine.
Are you on? Maybe you better do it on.
Oh, shit.
Could be the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. We know how.
Right.
It's not connected. It sure is. Not connected.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's all right.
So maybe I have. I've got. Not yet. There you go.
There we go.
Magic. Now hit share. Both of you hit share. And you got it.
All right.
There you go.
All right. All right.
I
know him from somewhere.
All right.
It was great to see you.
I was just talking to my boy yesterday.
Yeah, because he like, my shoes there.
Okay. And in that line, I'm with the line.
Yeah, he's supposed to go down.
So what I was saying is there's no table or anything, but I have copies of, not the exact books, but I got a copy of Barbara Essex book. I've got a Barbara Essex book. I got 2 of Vashti's books. I think I have a Linda Holly's book. So I've got some books that can, just people if they want to see. I've got that.
All right. I have to make sure that I can be heard. Yeah, that's better. This chair is too little.
Oh, we had. Oh, you on the cruise too? Oh yeah. I call them St. James. I say St. James. Let's go. Let's go, man. That's good. We gonna have to take him with us. I love him.
Hey!
I get a hair real quick?
Yeah.
How you doing, darling?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Hey.
good. How you
Thanks
doing?
for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just getting set up and everything. Trying to figure out.
She told me to tell you good luck.
Oh, tell her I said thank you. Thank you.
From the trip.
Is it?
Yeah,
St. John. St. John. I had no idea. That is wild. You getting yourself all together, Miss
Yep.
Adler?
Yes, sweetheart. You can call me Kim.
Miss Kim, okay. So I'm gonna introduce you.
All right, my dear.
Back in your rightful seat.
Let's see how long I can stay.
I just want to say bye, Nick. You gotta get out in a few. Squeeze it.
All right, yes, I love you. And then we'll talk soon.
Okay.
You want your talk soon, right?
I might do one next month. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good. Oh,
Yeah, Britt. See you guys.
What? Oh.
I'm right here.
I'm a lefty, and I had to.
I am too. I have trouble sometimes, and
I'm sorry. I'm a lefty, so I had to move this over.
she's left-handed. I am
It
too.
just
I
didn't feel
understand
right.
it.
I have
moved it because of this. That was the only reason.
no, because nobody can see me.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna lift this up now. I'm gonna put this so that your water's right.
Did she show you how to use the clicker?
I'm just going to to the right, forward, back. So.
And that's how you get it connected. Yes.
Okay.
You have slides?
Pardon?
Oh, she has slides.
Yes. That's why I wanted to.
Can you share them?
Yeah.
With the team?
Yeah, I emailed them yesterday.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Jumping into the big screen. Girl, stay in your lane.
Yes,
They got them.
glad you answered.
Right, so nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet us too, as well. We'll see each other.
I hope so. I really enjoy you.
Thank you, Diva, for singing that song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm just going to.
You need her to start you.
She's got. I'll introduce her properly. Give you a proper welcome. Yes.
Come on back.
I'm gonna come this way.
So you left
my hand. Watch my face. All right, so now I can officially say good afternoon, Cleveland, and good afternoon, Glossy. Welcome back to the 2025 Glossy
Conference, right? I feel like I'm saying it 2 times when I say Glossy because it's all together, right? All right, you guys. So if you guys can hear me, give a round of applause. Yes, I love that. And that is you giving yourselves a round of applause for being here on this beautiful Saturday. I can't wait to get outside and enjoy some of the sunshine because we know that it's limited, right? The big S is coming. But those from Alabama's like, no, we enjoy it all the time. Okay. All right, you guys. So as you guys are making your way to your seats, my name is Nikki B. If you're just now getting here, I'm your mistress of ceremonies for the morning and a little bit of the afternoon. But then I'll be turning it over to my handsome, well-spoken, fun, loving Demetrius Harvey. He'll be with you guys this afternoon. So yes. All right, you guys. So now, as I was stating before we went to break and Miss Nicole got me into shape, she was like, oh, no, girl, this is what we're doing. Let me get it together, right? So you guys, so now we are officially welcoming and introducing the Alice Dunbar Nelson Professional Keynote. Are you guys ready for this? Yes. There's that energy that I was looking for this morning, but the coffee didn't hit yet. So here we go. Y'all had snacks and peppermints, I know. All right, so our next keynote speaker is a publishing leader who has dedicated her career to amplifying voices and shaping books that matter. I love that so much because I think sometimes we probably read a book or two like, why did that matter? Well, this publisher is somewhat different. Miss Kim Sadler, right over here to my left. And she's looking bold and brilliant and working in her genius as well. So Miss Sadler is the founder and CEO of Sadler Communications and Consulting Group, a boutique firm that guides both first-time and established writers through every stage of publishing. And I think I'll be seeing her because I'm a budding author. I would say that. Yeah, budding author. Yes. So with more than 25 years of experience, including her tenure as editorial director of the Pilgrim Press, Kim has worked with distinguished leaders like Reverend Dr. Otis Moss III, Bishop Vasti Murphy McKenzie, and the Cleveland's own Reverend Dr. Marvin Mickle. She is also an author and playwright with a BA in print journalism from Howard University. Howard. She said, nope, no. Ma'am, hello. Howard University. I heard that's the real HU. The Black Harvard. And a master's in psychology with a specialization in diversity management from Cleveland State University. Okay. At her core, Kim believes in the power of books to change lives. And through her work, she continues to help writers everywhere share their voices with the world. That's amazing. I love that so much. Please welcome our Alice Dunbar Nelson professional keynote speaker, Miss Kim Martin Sadler.
Thank you. Let me get my voice together here. I'm sure you all can hear me. Excellent. I am a lefty, so I had to move my computer to the left side. I just had to have it on the left side for my left hand and move this over. Good afternoon, everyone. I am beyond honored and grateful to be with you today. It is even a greater honor to be the 2025 Alice Dunbar Nelson Professional Keynote Speaker. I want to especially thank Dr. Leah for her vision to develop Glossy into a powerhouse book event and for her continuous support of my work.
Miss Kim, they saying they can't hear you, child, so you need to speak into the mic.
I will move closer.
Let's see if we could do this right.
Yeah, let's see. All right. I'm going to try this again. Thank you, Dr. Leah. Where's Dr. Leah? Thank you, Dr. Leah.
for founding Glossy and for your support. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Nikki, and the staff of Glossy. You all have been fabulous. It is also an honor to be among so many powerful writers who have made their mark in the literary world. I am grateful to have my husband, the Reverend Paul Hobson Sadler Sr. here, my church family, a host of friends, my children from another mother, and my grandson. Thank you for joining me today. And I am thankful for each of you who I don't know who decided to take the time to spend your Saturday at Glossy. And lastly, I want to extend a special greeting to those watching today's conference from libraries in Columbus and Detroit. On rare occasions in life, one might have the unique chance to have unexpected connections with someone. I call these surprising, unexpected connections as serendipitous moments. I had one of those moments while reading about Alice Dunbar Nelson and her unique role as a writer. As many of you know, Alice was an activist who became a critical figure in the Harlem Renaissance. Well, I was born and raised in Harlem. Alice was born in New Orleans and attended Straight College, which today is Dillard University. Well, in 1991, my family and I moved to Cleveland from New Orleans, where my husband was the pastor of Central Congregational Church, United Church of Christ. While living in New Orleans, I lived 2 blocks from the original location of Straight College, and the bricks from the demolished Straight College were used to build Central Congregational Church. And a very, very, very special gift about Sister Alice that I absolutely love is she and I are members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And it doesn't get any better than that. I love books. I love to read and hear great stories. Moreover, I love working with writers who are storytellers and can weave words together, like the melody of a Luther Vandross song or the movement of an Alvin Ailey dance performance. My mother, who was born in South Carolina in 1921, never had the opportunity to study beyond the 8th grade. Nevertheless, she planted the love of books in my soul. She always made books and magazines available for me and my sister to read. And she always told me never throw away a book. I have always loved learning and especially reading. Libraries and bookstores are my happy places. While studying at Howard University in DC, I would take the bus to the Library of Congress to get books for my classes rather than go to the university library. Why? In my eyes, the Library of Congress was simply beautiful. And if you have never been to the Library of Congress, you have to go. I often stayed until it closed. At that time, my goal in life was to become a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. I had no idea my career path would lead to book editing and publishing. My entree into the world of book publishing began by acquiring nonfiction religious texts for lay leaders, clergy, seminary professors for United Church Press. The Pilgrim Press and United Church Press are the publishing imprints of the United Church of Christ. The Pilgrim Press is the oldest English language publishing tradition in the nation. In 1959, the Christian Education Press, the predecessor press of the Pilgrim Press, published Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s second book, The Measure of a Man. As acquisitions editor for United Church Press and subsequently editorial director of the Pilgrim Press, I, along with another editor, was responsible for acquiring about 52 titles per year. That was quite a lot of books for an editorial, marketing, and production team to produce. Acquiring manuscripts is partly knowledge, partly instinct, and knowing how to identify people who have a gift for writing and also the ability to meet deadlines. My job wasn't always easy. I have had many academic scholars challenge my editorial changes. I have seen the surprise and shock on faces when first meeting authors who didn't expect to see an African American woman who had the power to offer them a publishing agreement. Likewise, I have been embraced and seen the pride on the faces of African American scholars who had never met a Black acquisitions editor. I have worked with writers of all backgrounds. I, however, was especially proud of the African American writers whose projects I was able to acquire and edit. Writers such as the late Dorothy Wimbush Riley, Reverend Barbara Essex, the late Dr. Linda Hollies, Dr. Frank Thomas, and many more. I have published the work of Cleveland's own, as you already heard, Dr. Marvin McMickle, and I gave Dr. Otis Moss III and his father, Dr. Otis Moss Jr., their first book publishing agreement. Today, Dr. Moss III is a prolific writer, and his latest book has been published by Simon & Schuster. I will never forget the day I received a call from the late Howard University Divinity School professor, Dr. Kane Hope Felder. He called to tell me about one of his doctoral students who had completed her dissertation and she wanted to have it published. I immediately told him the Pilgrim Press didn't publish dissertations, but out of curiosity, I just wanted to know, well, who was your student? Reverend Vashti Murphy McKenzie, he said. I said, Reverend Vashti, give her my information and have her call me. Needless to say, I gave Reverend Vashti, who later became Bishop Vashti Murphy McKenzie, the first female bishop in the history of the AME Church, her first publishing agreement. Thank you. The Pilgrim Press sold thousands of copies of her reworked dissertation. She has written several other books and has been published by Penguin Books. In addition to publishing a host of writers, book covers are equally important. As editorial director, I saw the need to acquire the art of African American artists to grace some of our book covers. It has been my honor to work with noticed African American artists, namely the late Varnette Honeywood and Cynthia St. James. Honeywood's work was seen on A Different World and The Cosby Show. Her work was also on all of the author Tina McElroy's books. St. James's work can be seen on numerous books also. Her work was on the original hardcover edition of Terry McMillan's Waiting to Exhale. And she designed the first Kwanzaa stamp for the United States Postal Service. If you don't know their works, please take a look at their work on websites. Presently, as CEO of Sadler Communications and Consulting Group, LLC, as you've heard, I provide customized boutique services to assist novice and seasoned writers who want guidance in every aspect of book publishing. As a boutique service, I am able to design services to meet the needs of my clients. As you all know, we are fighting for the freedom to read, the right of free expression, and freedom of speech. In 1895, Alice Dunbar Nelson's first book, Violets and Other Tales, was published. Her second book, The Goodness of St. Rogue and Other Stories, was published in 1899. According to Sheila Smith McCoy, works exploring racism and racial oppression were largely rejected by publishers during Alice's lifetime, a situation which made it difficult for both readers and critics to assess Dunbar Nelson's work. That was 126 years ago. Today, like then, books by African Americans, people of color, and the LGBTQIA community are being banned across the nation. Today, the oppression and suppression to access books written by African Americans is not only coming from the publishing industry, but from an administration and political party that are banning books and rewriting the history of the United States. In Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, Project 2025, Kevin A. Roberts writes in the foreword, the next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity and inclusion, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. And we know it has already happened. The decline or rollback of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives is affecting the book publishing industry by leading to slowdowns in hiring and title acquisitions, creating greater instability for authors from underrepresented groups, and raising concerns that recent progress is being reversed. It has been reported by Words Rated that Black authors represents only 6% of authors in America, while the Cooperative Children's Book Center reported that 15.8% of books were written by Black creators. So how can you, as writers, navigate the current state of affairs affecting the book publishing industry so that your voice can be heard and your works read? I believe the advantage is in knowing, understanding, and adapting to some of the current publishing trends. So, okay. Let's see, there you go. Let's get into these trends. Trend number 1. Fiction and nonfiction genres know what's selling and what's not selling. It's important to know what is selling and what publishers and agents are looking for. If you are interested in self-publishing or hybrid publishing, you must do the same. It's no surprise that romance still reigns at the top of fiction sales. Next is fantasy, sci-fi, thrillers, and mystery books. The top-selling genres in nonfiction are memoirs, biographies, religious and spiritual titles, along with self-help and wellness titles. If you are writing in any of these genres, read the best-selling titles, dissect them, and pattern your manuscript after them. Some genres, like romance, are inundated with books that use formulaic tropes. These tropes sell. Tropes are simply recurring themes, familiar characters, or plots such as love triangles, or characters who are enemies and then become lovers. I'm sure Deacon Renee knows those books. Besides romancy, there are other emerging subgenres such as climate fiction, which explores the consequences of climate change in the future, and cozy fantasy, which are books that are comforting with warm characters and void of violence, like a Hallmark movie. Identify your genre and perfect your writing style. Many people who are interested in writing often tell me they want to write their memoir or a story about their family. I love historical fiction and historical nonfiction. When my mother died, I didn't want people to read the typical tired obituary found in most funeral programs. I wrote my mother's obituary in the form of narrative nonfiction interspersed with history, which enabled people to see the depth of who she was to her family and community. So think of creative ways to write your stories. Even an obituary can be interesting to read. I want to share two of the top African-American romance authors. Some of you probably read them, Beverly Jenkins and Brenda Jackson. They are, when I tell you they have written hundreds of books. They are top of the game. If you are interested in that genre, take a look at their work. You can even get them from the library today. I also, and more importantly, want to share some fantasy sci-fi authors who are big in the game. Of course, we all know of the wonderful Octavia Butler, who really started it all for us. But there are a host of other Black authors who are doing wonderful things in sci-fi and fantasy. And N.K. Jemisin and Tommy Adeyemi, they are doing great things. They have two of their titles, both of them will have their books made into movies soon. Okay, let's get into trend number 2. Direct-to-consumer models. Know your audience and know how to reach them. One of the key questions for writers on a book proposal is, who is your audience? Writers who are effectively selling their books have done the necessary homework to identify their ideal readers. They know what they need, what they read, what and who they like, as well as what and who they don't like. They know if they are in an affinity group, such as in LinkedIn or Facebook. They know everything about their readers. Successful writers are building their platform with loyal followers by directly engaging with them, which equals sales. They are reaching their audiences via email lists, blogs, vlogs, newsletters, and even creating social events for them to attend. These platforms offer higher engagement, better revenue retention, and greater control over book launches. If you are not on social media, I encourage you to identify one platform. You don't have to do them all, just one, and start developing content to engage future readers. Study your audience and develop an effective way to engage with them so that they will become loyal followers and purchasers of the books you will write. Don't worry, start small and begin developing consistent, engaging content for your audience. Okay, trend number 3, influencers and social media driven sales. It's who you know. Yes, it is. It always has been, but yeah, it's really true. It's who you know. Influencers on social media are promoting, marketing, and selling books at lightning speed. Platforms like BookTok, BookTubers, BookThreads, and Bookstagram, which I'm sure many of you are probably on or follow, are shaping bestseller and publishing decisions. If you are a writer, you must follow some of these powerful book influencers. Publishers are following influencers, and some publishers are collaborating with them to increase the awareness of books before their release. And don't forget about book clubs such as Black Girls Read, Frozen Prose, Black Girl Book Society, Well-Read Black Girl. These book clubs are game changers for authors, and there are many, many more of them. And I'm going to show you I just picked 2 of influencers on TikTok. You can just see one has 21.1 thousand likes and the other one 109.9. So that just tells you the power that they have and the influence they have to get you interested in a particular book. Before I continue, I just want to share a story about an incident in terms of identifying and knowing the power of sales and what an influencer can do. This happened many years ago. I had an author, the late Linda Hollies, who was simply fantastic. Linda was a character. And Linda says to me one day, she was publishing her book, and I love this title, Jesus and Those Bodacious Women. So you know that book was tough, right? So she says to me, I want Iyanla Vanzant to endorse my book. Well, my question was, well, do you know Iyanla Vanzant? Because, you know, that's what an editor asks if you have someone that you're recommending. Do you have a contact with them? She says, no, I've never met her. I don't know her, but I gave her money. So I'm like, say what now? You gave her Iyanla Vanzant. You know, at that time, Iyanla was big, New York Times bestselling author. Girl, she was having lunch with Oprah. So I'm like, you gave Iyanla some money? She says, I gave Iyanla money. She called me. She needed money. Well, I later learned, you know, she started from the bottom, now she here too. So Iyanla was a homeless person at one time. Did y'all know that? Iyanla had some seriously hard times. I didn't know that at the time. She just said she gave Iyanla money. Iyanla had called, and I'm like, I'm the editor. I have to follow up. So I did everything I possibly could. There were contacts for Iyanla. I called, I wrote, everything, nothing. Well, this particular year, we had event. If you all have never ever been to the Book Expo used to be the biggest book event in the United States. It was always held in New York City at the Jacob Javits Convention. Iyanla came to a reception that was put together by the great Clara Villarosa, who used to own Human Bookstore. She put together a fabulous day for us. I couldn't believe it. I had been exhausted. I was with my colleague, Linda Peavy, and I was eating my chicken wings. In comes Iyanla Vanzant. I said, Linda, watch my chicken wings. You know I'm a food addict. I said, watch my chicken wings. I'm going over here because I got to talk to this woman for Linda. I turned around, wiped my face, made sure there was no chicken in my teeth, put on that Delta red lipstick, and I got in line. So I'm in line and I'm saying, oh God, okay. She ain't never met Linda. Linda ain't never met her. And I'm going to ask this woman about doing something for Linda. So I finally make it to meet Iyanla Vanzant. And I said, Miss Vanzant, I said, my name is Kim Sadler, and I have been trying to reach you. I am the editor of Reverend Dr. Linda. I didn't ever have to say the Hollies in this name. She came to me, took my hand and put it in the palm of her hand and looked me in my face and said, what Linda wants, Linda can get. I tried to act like, of course, I'm like, first of all, I thought you were lying. And then now she's going to say whatever Linda wants. Of course, I got all of her information. She was like, put your people with my people. Well, I was the people. And I was like, sure, and I got her information and we got the endorsement. And I tell you, that endorsement made a big difference in the sales of that book. I tell you. But more importantly about that story is, look at how planting a seed years ago, you understand me? Planting a seed years ago and how it blessed her as well as Iyanla years later. I can't make this stuff up. I got plenty of stories, but I couldn't make that one up. Okay, trend number 4, audiobooks and ebook growth. Know the industry that moves when you move. Audiobooks and ebooks have become 2 of the fastest growing segments in the publishing industry, reshaping how readers consume stories and information. The accessibility of smartphones and tablets, and all y'all know, I'm sure y'all be reading stuff on your phone and your tablet, they have made it easier for people to engage with books while commuting, exercising, or multitasking. This shift in reading habits has expanded the reach of books to audiences who may not have even picked up a printed book. Making digital formats is essential for writers to consider. Ebooks continue to thrive because they offer convenience, portability, and instant access. Readers can purchase and download titles in seconds, often at lower prices than books. For publishers, ebooks also reduce production and distribution costs, making them an attractive format. Writers should recognize that many readers, especially younger and global audiences, expect to find titles in ebook form, and failing to provide one can limit visibility and sales potential. Audiobooks have surged due to the popularity of platforms like Audible, Apple Books, and Spotify. The use of artificial intelligent voices, however, has become a sore spot in audiobooks, as many voiceover actors see an erosion of their ability to work. Additionally, AI companies have been sued for unlawfully using the voice of living and deceased actors on audiobooks. On the other hand, there are famous actors like James Earl Jones
the legendary voice of Darth Vader, who licensed his voice to be used in future Star Wars productions. And you know, he is now deceased, but his family will be reaping those royalties for a very long time. Trend 5. Here we go, the talk about artificial intelligence. To be or not to be? That is the question. AI is now a defining trend in book publishing. It is reshaping how manuscripts are created, marketed, and managed. Publishers see both opportunity and a problem with these tools that can generate text and assist with editing. The conversation is no longer about if AI will influence the industry, but how deeply it will transform existing practices. Very much like how Amazon revolutionized the sale of books, which unfortunately eventually caused the demise of many brick and mortar bookstores. Concerns include loss of originality, potential copyright issues, and a flood of derivative or low-quality content saturating the marketplace. Publishers are also grappling with ethical questions, such as, should readers be told when AI has been used in writing or editing a book? Major publishing houses are moving cautiously. Some are piloting AI for metadata, optimization, and marketing copy, while others are setting policies that limit AI-generated manuscripts unless clearly labeled. Industry associates are also pushing for transparency standards to maintain trust with authors and readers alike. While there are many concerns about AI, writers are increasingly turning to AI tools to speed up their craft. Popular choices include ChatGPT, Pseudo-Write, Jasper, Grammarly, Pro Writing Aid, and tools like Midjourney or Canva for covers. There are many, many more tools being developed. These are only a few. Please, if you use it, use AI responsibly. Share with your reader or your editor that you have used it. There are also tools now to detect whether texts have been written with AI. But if you're going to use it, please use it responsibly. The last thing I want to talk about is something that I recently found out about. And some of you might know, but it was new to me. Book packagers and book producers. Book packaging stays under the radar and is rarely talked about in book publishing. I found out about book packaging earlier this year while reading an industry newsletter. Book packagers, also known as book producers, come up with book ideas, hires freelance writers to write the book, and then sells the book to a larger publishing house. The packager handles the editorial design and production before selling the project to a publishing house. This model is especially common in illustrated books, children's series, celebrity memoirs, and branded titles. Who knew? Fortunately for writers, book packaging can open the door to steady assignments without requiring them to write a book proposal or have a platform. Writers work on projects under work-for-hire agreements, which I've done many of them, meaning they receive a flat rate fee rather than royalties. Writers have the opportunity to gain experience, build a publishing resume, and learn to write for market demands. Many successful writers gain experience by writing packaged books before transitioning to traditional projects. I want to talk about Jasmine Richards. She is the founder of Story Mix. She is a published author with years of experience writing for children and teens. In 2018, when she and her 5-year-old son was visiting a bookstore, she couldn't find any books that had a character that looked like her son. She decided to make a difference by starting her own book packaging company to tell stories for children who looked like her son, thus the start of Story Mix. She has sold over 15 packaged books to publishers and has had many more published. Richard sold her Fable House series, this series here, to Bloomsbury, the publisher of the Harry Potter series. Trust me, Sister Girl made a lot of money with that sale. She saw a need and she filled that need. The September 15th, 2025 issue of Publishers Weekly is titled The Freedom to Read Issue. The editor, Jonathan Sikora, titled his editor's letter, "I really, really didn't want to write this letter." So you can just imagine what was going to happen after that. I want to share some of what he wrote, and I quote, "Nobody reading this needs a reminder about the crucial role libraries play in communities, large, small, red, blue, urban, and rural. And certainly nobody reading this needs a history lesson on what tends to happen after government censorship is normalized and weaponized. Imagine if they get what they want. Imagine if there's no government funding for arts and humanities. Imagine if libraries become more or less propaganda depots where the catalogs are determined by sweaty, narrow-minded toads whose picture of how things should be is a wider shade of Mayberry. Want to check out a copy of Beloved? Sorry, out of circulation. But we do have the Turner Diaries, which is why resisting this creeping authoritarianism is absolutely vital today and will be tomorrow, and unfortunately for years to come," end quote. Beloved, we have work to do. Our struggle continues. It is ongoing. Our voices cannot and will not be suppressed. Write, because your life and my life will depend on your words. Write, because the next generation is waiting to hear your voice. Write, because we must not allow reactionary forces to stop our voices from being heard. Write, because your message, your words, your publications can change your life and the lives of others. Write, because you were called for such a time as this to be a voice for the voiceless Black and brown children who look to you for direction, hope, and inspiration. Again, thank you for this opportunity. God bless you. I guess I can just close this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wakanda forever.
That was so good. What a trailblazer. And I hope that you all were receiving some of those nuggets and those crumbs to gain more clarity on your journeys as writers, producers, authors as well. And this last one that she talked about, I had no idea about. So if you're looking to share your work in a bulk, I mean, if you weren't taking notes, I was up here. I see this young lady has been taking notes the entire time. So we the note section up here. I don't know about the rest of y'all. So you guys, this has been awesome. And then she said, yes, don't forget we have 10 minutes for Q&A. So when you guys ask your questions, keep that in mind, keep them short, but I guess truly just be clear with your questions if you have those. And just like Dr. Leah said early, questions We all know what that means, right? Questions. So you guys will open things up with questions and answers, so Q&A for short. And then we also have a microphone right over here in the middle. So if you guys want to line up, that would be great as well. But if you feel more comfortable, Jesse, do you want to help pass the microphone around if they have questions? I guess the mic is right here in the middle. So I guess, no, you don't have to get up, stay in your seats. And Ms. Jessie, who is our director, she is getting all of us together here. She's over here, like I said, over here to the left. To the left, to the left, yes. So that was amazing. I'm truly inspired by Ms. Kim for being a trailblazer here. So we actually have a question right up here in the front, and then we'll make our way to the young lady in the yellow.
Yes. Thank you. My question is short. Is there an email or some way we can contact you?
Oh, yes. You can email me at Sadler, SADLER, consult, CONSULT, @gmail.com. You're welcome.
Thank you for that timely delivery. Oh my goodness.
You're welcome.
I just have a short question. I was taking snapshots of the trends. What was the first trend? I missed that.
The first trend was genres and subgenres.
Okay.
And
Okay.
hold on, I could click it back for you.
Oh, no, they switched.
Oh, they switched it. Email me. You got my email address. I'll send it to you.
Oh,
My
there it
Gmail.
is.
Oh,
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
All right.
You got
That's
it?
all. Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, no. He was trying to get a picture. Do you have any other questions in the audience?
Hello, thank you so
Hi.
much for being here today. I really hate that I'm asking this in front of this many people. I kind of have a pipe dream of still having a brick and mortar bookstore, coffee shop,
Excellent.
place where people can come and work. I can run my business out of there, just kind of like a one-stop shop kind of thing. Is that crazy?
No, no, because you know what? We need bookstores to me that have creative settings in it. You know, if you can develop a bookstore that is intergenerational, meaning like for me, if you got a problem with your knee, a tall chair and a low chair and stuff like that, and pictures and books, we need that in our community. What is even more importantly than having a bookstore, those of you sitting in here have to go to those stores. You have to buy and shop with them. We have bookstores. Bookstores are suffering. They're suffering. Y'all know y'all go on Amazon and get that book cheap. Some of you will, or you go to Costco's or what is that, BJ's. Go to the bookstore. And I know money can be tight. Make sure you have your library card and get the book out of the library if you can't afford it. But bookstores, I'm telling you, they can be fabulous places. You can have paintings on the wall, have it colored a certain way. When you walk in there, you are walking into a dream space. So definitely follow your dreams. I'll come. Others? Oh,
I have someone right here too.
how are you, gorgeous? Who, where?
I have someone right here too.
Oh. So we want to, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Nancy Walker. Thank you so much for the presentation.
You're welcome.
General question, would you have any recommendations for individuals looking to write and get published, et cetera, in terms of generally how and what type of research one should do to, one, protect your rights, to expand on some of the suggestions you gave here? Any general recommendations as to how to research or who who to talk to or what type of person to talk to as you begin your journey?
Well, of course, you can always talk to me, but one of the main things that is so important, as I shared, know the genre you want to write in and know your audience. I can't tell you how many people, when I talk to them about, well, who is your audience for this book? Everybody. Nuh-uh. Everybody is not interested in what you're writing. And when they say everybody, I just go on Amazon or look up books and you'll see 954,672 books in that genre. What is going to stand out? So know your genre, know what you love to write about, and then start researching so that you can write an excellent piece of work. Then what you do, I mean, it's a process, of course, it depends upon if you want to be a self-publishing published author or if you want to do traditional publishing. But the first thing is know what you want to write, make sure you do the writing well. And even in some of the things that I shared, dissect the books that you're interested in, especially in that genre, and move forward from there. But I can talk to you more because it's a process for all of that. Yes. Good afternoon.
Here. My name is Alana Deshawn, and I was interested in wondering if you take on any mentees.
I would love to talk to you about doing what I do.
Okay.
Child, look, I ain't gonna live here forever.
Listen,
look,
we gotta pass
somebody
this
gotta
on.
come on after. Why not? Absolutely. We gotta pass it forward. I love that. We will talk.
Absolutely. So that was my question.
With your fabulous looking self, girlfriend. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the very thorough information you've given today. My question is in regards to self-promotion on social media. I myself am a poet, and I've come across when I'm applying for different things, it's saying must be previously unpublished. And then in the age of self-publishing to get booked for performances, I do have to post some of my things on social media, and that the definition of publishing and what's considered published has either evolved in some places and other places have not. So how do you navigate that, being able to discern what you should be able to put up to promote yourself and what you should need to keep so that you'll be able to submit it for publishing in the traditional sense?
Let me tell you, what is the, let me tell you a quote from a famous singer. He was, Gershwin, I think, wrote the music for him in Porgy and Bess. Todd Duncan, famous Black opera singer. And Gershwin wrote the first song, Porgy, for him to sing. Did y'all know that? Brother. And he lived in DC, but anyway, Todd always said, never give away your stuff, because if you do, people will never buy it. So I'm just sharing with you, be very careful, first of all, what you put on social media, because as you all know, everybody could take it if they like it. Nobody will know who wrote it. Your copyright will be infringed. Even if sometimes if you put a little C on the bottom, whatever, be very careful. What you should do, don't worry about, all these little things. Publish your poetry. Self-publish your poetry book. Don't wait for somebody else to do it. That's what the issue that we're dealing with now in terms of, banning books. We cannot wait to have somebody publish us. We have the capability and the ability to do that. I will be more than happy to talk to you afterwards. But publish your poetry. Give them snippets. Don't give them the whole pie. Give them a slice of the pie. You can't just give them all. And make sure, and you can put a little line under there, if you use this again, you're welcome to, but you have to attribute X, Y, and Z and hope that people will honor that. I hope that's helpful. Thank you. All right, MC, you going to take it from here?
Let me take this hot mic. I'll take it. So you guys, that was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for your questions, but also really, truly from the bottom of my heart, thank you, Dr. Leah Lewis. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nicole D. Miller. Thank you, Glossy. Thank you, all of you, for having me as your mistress of ceremony. This has been an exhilarating, inspirational time with you all, especially on this Saturday morning, right? So, you guys, this is my time. I have to leave you. Aren't you sad? Oh, darn it. Now I get to spend time with my fiance. Ew. So I'm excited about that. So a little FYI, a little bit about me. So I was just engaged about 2 weeks ago. Hey! All the single ladies, all the single ladies. He's somewhere around here. He's probably watching me like a hawk. Making sure, see, I told you guys, he's back here watching. Hello, Learns. All right, you guys. So like I said, I have to leave you, but I'll still be here. I just won't be hosting. However, you guys, we have an awesome, amazing young man who's going to be hosting with you guys for the afternoon. So I have to read you guys who he is, because if not, I'll forget some things because I see him all the time. So ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this wonderful afternoon, it is my pleasure to introduce someone truly special to lead us forward. And by us, I mean y'all, because I won't be here. Born and raised right here in Cleveland, Ohio, Demetrius Harvey, that is who's going to be your host for this afternoon, is a dynamic event host and master of ceremonies whose magnetic presence brings people together like no other. And when you all see, you'll know exactly what I mean. By day, Demetrius excels as a dedicated bank manager, demonstrating leadership and a commitment to excellence. But his impact extends far beyond the office walls. He is a passionate community advocate who believes deeply in the power of mentorship and collaboration. Because as we know, if you want to elevate, you have to collaborate. Amen. Demetrius excels his natural gift for communication into Sunday Dinner Podcast. It's Saturday, but he'll be giving us those Sunday dinner vibes today. A unique platform where his love of cooking meets his passion for meaningful conversations. Each episode is a soulful experience, blending delicious dishes with transformative dialogue, and that nourishes body and spirit. With every event he leads, every story he shares, Demetrius uplifts, inspires, and connects communities. Please join me in welcoming the afternoon host for Glossy, Demetrius Harvey, you all.
Hey, family. So listen, I'm coming back after, but we're going to do a quick little intermission, okay? Is that correct? All right, so if everybody could just stand up for me real fast. Everybody stand up. Real fast. I know we've been sitting for a while, and these chairs are kind of hard. Everybody take a deep breath and let it out. All right. So if you all look in that direction there, we have some light refreshments for you. And then once we come back, I believe we'll be meeting back in about an hour or so. So you guys can stretch your legs. Feel free to move about the venue, the space. Please make sure that you check out our vendors, our book tables as well. Grab a quick something to eat, and then we'll meet you all back here in about an hour. Okay? Thank you guys so much. We'll see you soon.
Brian, do we have some vibes we can play on YouTube or some, a little jazz, library, coffee shop vibes? You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Thanks, Brian. You're the best.
And family, the food is for everyone. There's no orders required. Please go and enjoy the food.
So,
All right.
Hello, everybody. Can I get your attention briefly? There are some people who have not picked up their books, so I'm going to call some names. We know you. Okay. Lakeisha Jackson, Rebecca Brothers, Orlinda Woods, and Jasmine Burnett. If you are here, please go to the third space reading room table. They have a signed copy for you. Let me read the names one more time. Lakeisha Jackson, Rebecca Brothers, Orlinda Woods, and Jasmine Burnett. Lastly, folks, we will be doing an award ceremony in the area where you are retrieving your food. So please stay in that vicinity so that you can meet our award recipients and hear a reading from the Alice Dunbar Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Jasmine Burnett. Thank you.
University makes it possible. Time has come, make a break from historical. Set a course on a path to the magical. Show the world how you're unstoppable. Franklin University makes it.
Franklin University is proud to be Ohio's #1 nonprofit university for online degrees. We make it possible for you to maximize your transfer credit and earn an affordable degree 100% online. Learn more at franklin.edu.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A real Etsy buyer review for handmade home decor by a real Etsy seller. I could not be happier about the quality or the wonderful personal message supplied with it describing its journey into existence. Discover original items created by real people and loved by real people, just like you. Special starts on Etsy. Shop the Etsy app.
Amen. One more time. So this next award, I'm going to speak from the heart. Ooh, I'm trying not to do much. So some of you may know that earlier this year, I actually thought I would be stepping away from my role as executive producer of the Great Lakes African Writers Conference.
All right, we're getting ready to get started again. If we can have everybody back to the center, please. So you want me to go up here? I can go up here. Where is she? All right, family. So here we go. Here we go. So once again, we are super excited that you guys chose to stick around. Thank you guys so much. Can we put our hands together for that phenomenal food? Was that not amazing? Yeah, got some food in your bellies. Yes, indeed. And once again, to Dr. Pointer, we love you, love you, love you so much. And congratulations on everything that you're continuing to do here in the city of Cleveland to make it a better place. So once again, my name is Demetrius Harvey. I have the most esteemed pleasure to be able to sit in with you all today and just kind of take you on a small journey. So we want to go ahead and get started because we are on a pretty tight time constraint. So I want to go ahead and introduce our next speaker for the day. So Felicia C. Haney. Felicia C. Haney. Here we go. She has rubbed elbows and walked red carpets with Hollywood's elite. The award-winning journalist by day and superhero by night has taken flight, covering a multitude of events on local, national, and global levels. While working as a reporter for the historic Call and Post newspaper, Felicia used her opportunity as a member of the Black press to hone in on her passion for telling stories that express the African-American experience. Felicia is an avid Clevelander who is intrigued by the city's history and loves to chronicle the history in the making. She was responsible for renaming the Cleveland's well-known intersection of East 99th Street and St. Clair after Bone Thugs and Harmony. The effort grew national attention. Recently, she co-curated the exhibit With a Dash of Flair, currently on display at the Cleveland Public Library's main branch. This is the first time an exhibit has been co-curated by an African-American woman in the Cleveland Public Library Special Collections Department. She's a member of the Press Club of Cleveland, National Association of Black Journalists, Greater Cleveland Association of Black Journalists, and African American Archives Auxiliary of the Western Reserve Historical Society. Felicia serves as creative director for the Greater Cleveland Urban Film Festival and communications director for the President's Council. She does all of this under the Beach Street Publicity, a communications firm that she founded a decade ago that brings that beat to the world of the ear of the listener. Listen, guys, if we could put our hands together for the one and the only Miss Felicia Haney.
Well, everyone's so quiet. How are you guys? Good afternoon. We do have a little special treat. So I want you to, whenever you're ready. Oh, here we go. I'll wait for your cue on that. Good afternoon. I can actually see them on the screen behind me. So if I look like I'm not paying attention to this screen, I'm actually paying attention to the one that's big. How you doing, Miss Jones?
Great.
Awesome. Hi, Bill. So before we get started, we had a little treat. And so we could go ahead, and this is crowd participation. So I would love for you guys to join in because a little birdie told me that someone's birthday. I won't say the year. If you want to share the year, you can share the year. But so we're gonna sing "Happy Birthday" to Mrs. Jones. Everyone ready? We're just gonna go. We're gonna go Stevie Wonder version. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. You know we don't know the lyrics. We only know the chorus. You just do a bop on this part. We don't have no singers in the house. Where are our singers? Oh, I know this part, y'all, coming up. I know this part. Martin Luther King. Oh, you cut it off on the part I knew. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It feels good to be 83.
Woo! Yes, what a blessing. Yes, yes.
Still
yes.
breathing.
Yes. Still breathing and still doing it too.
Amen.
You know, it's just just getting things done.
Not just surviving, but thriving.
Yes. So I don't know if everyone here is familiar, but the woman we just sang happy birthday to is Mrs. Regina Jones. And there is currently a film called Who in the Hell is Regina Jones? So we just showed it. If you heard any of Demetrius's excellent, thank you so much, by the way, for that introduction. It was just great. He mentioned that I am the creative director for the Greater Cleveland Urban Film Festival. And I am pleased to announce that just last night, we were here at this very same place. We announced that Who in the Hell is Regina Jones won Outstanding Documentary Feature for our festival. So let's give it up. So we're here today to talk a little bit about that, a little bit about the film, about the story, about the woman, about the filmmaker, all of those great things. So I wanted to start by saying there are some staple, like must-haves when it comes to creating a good documentary. Anybody want to take a guess? What do you think those things would be if you're creating? The director. Anyone else? The subject. Absolutely. So I think that in creating a good documentary, it must be authentic. So we want to present the truth in realism. And that includes both the positives and the negatives of the subject matter. It must be engaging, which is balancing the facts with emotion, have a strong narrative arc, all of that. Quality sound, quality editing. and possess a clear takeaway that provokes thought. So this film possesses all of that, but what makes the difference in it being not just a good, but a great story is that it leaves an impression on you. So I don't know if any of you have gotten a chance to see this film. If you have not, I see. I see we got some folks in the audience who have. If you have not, you want to make sure that you do. But to me, what makes the difference in this film not just being good but great is that it leaves this impression on you to not only tell other people about it, but it demands this call to action, so to speak, for the viewer to be better, to be greater in your own life. And so that's what I thought made this great. It's powerful, and it's just that kind of storytelling that we all desire to convey as storytellers. So I just want to say thank you for that. Thank you to Bill for putting the story out there, and thank you to Regina for sharing that story. So I guess I want to start with you, Bill. Even before we kind of talk any further about the film, if you just want to share a little of your background with us.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Billy Miosi. I'm the co-director of Who in the Hell is Regina Jones, who I directed with Soraya Salen, who isn't with us, but is a key member of this team. And yeah, I've been a documentary filmmaker for over a decade now. My first documentary feature called It's Quieter in the Twilight, which premiered at South by Southwest in 2022, is about the tiny team of engineers piloting the 2 Voyager spacecraft through interstellar space. This really dedicated team who've been together for 4 decades and are, past retirement age, but they will not leave the mission until either the mission expires or they expire. So it's about, just that dedication and to that mission. And I also made a short film called Goldie, which is about I'm from Cincinnati. I live in Cincinnati. I'm not originally from Cincinnati, but an Ohioan on the other side of the state. Goldie was
give it up for that, Ohio.
Goldie is a short film about a rock and roller here in Cincinnati who also performs at nursing homes all over the Cincinnati area. And that was published in the New Yorker in 2023. And then my second feature film is Who in the Hell is Regina Jones, about the comparable Regina Jones and her amazing, inspiring, wonderful life that she continues to live at 83 years old. So yeah, that's just a little bit more about me and some of my past work.
Okay. So we're gonna get into that in one second. Someone in the audience was asking how you found out about Mrs. Jones's story, and my next question actually was, I heard that you actually did not set out to tell this story. That so I wanted to know if you would share with us like what your initial plans were and how that morphed into what this project is today.
Yeah. So when we originally set out to make a film, nothing to do with what we ended up with. This was, in the wake of George Floyd's murder in 2020, we wanted to look at 3 journalists from 3 different generations, and this was going to be a short documentary film. A journalist who covered the Watch Rebellion in 1965, Rodney King in 1992, and the aftermath of George Floyd in 2020. We want to get 3 journalists from each of these different generations covering these things. And while researching that, happened upon an article that Regina wrote in 1990 in the Los Angeles Times, 25th anniversary of the Watch Rebellion, about her experience during the Watch Rebellion. She was an LAPD dispatcher at the time. She took the very first distress call in what became the Watts Rebellion. She grew up in Watts. She was living in Watts at the time. And we read that article and were, immediately drawn into her story. And this was what we didn't even know about Soul at this point, or anything else about her amazing accomplishments. And so after reading that article, reached out to Regina, and we set up a Zoom call, and we just talked and immediately fell in love with her. Just a wonderful human being who has such a rich story that we really wanted to explore. And so right then and there on that first call, I was like, can we make a film about you? And from there, Regina, before we started filming, it was probably another year before we started filming, Regina and I would just talk. We would talk several times a month, and so she could get to know me, I could get to know her, and we just built this relationship of trust and of love long before we even brought cameras out. And so that's how that started.
Wow. That's a very interesting story. And I noticed you said that you all would talk for a year. You talked for a year before you even brought any cameras out and started filming. So how long did this project take from start to finish?
It was about 3 years, maybe a little over 3 years. So yeah, and then a little once we started filming, that's when we brought on my co-director Soraya Salen, who lived in Los Angeles, and same thing, built this wonderful relationship with Regina, and Soraya and I also had this great collaborative relationship that really, I think is so important to any film. But Soraya and I really had a wonderful collaboration together, as well as Regina. Regina was also a major collaborator in this film, not just a subject, but she was, this is her story. So we wanted to make sure that she was a big collaborator in, telling her own story.
Absolutely. I also heard you say that you were unfamiliar with Mrs. Jones prior to you doing your research for this other documentary. And after speaking with her, you were just like, okay, let's switch gears. I got to do this. And I felt like this had the same effect on myself. So a little bit of background information about me. I used to write for an African-American newspaper here in Cleveland called the Call and Post, which is a little over 100 years old. And I spent 13 years there. And so when I first even heard of this film, I was like, why do I not know about this? I thought that I was kind of up on a lot of these Black publications, being a part of the National Newspaper Publishers Association for so many years. I thought I had heard almost all of them, and apparently I had not. And then watching this film had the same effect on me that you said meeting her did. So I'm so glad you made it. But I wanted to ask Regina, because you do share a lot of your life stories here. There's a lot of different stories, that make up your overall story. So I wanted to ask you, one, were you surprised at all by the ask to switch gears and now make this about you? And how did you take that? When you got the ask, was it an immediate yes, or was it like, I don't know how much of these stories I want to share if I want to do this?
I don't even remember what my first reaction was to it. I had become very comfortable and felt safe with Billy. So I felt the respect, I felt admiration, I felt good. So I didn't have any caution signs up. And I never set out to do a documentary. I never thought about having a documentary of my life done, but I was working and have been working for probably 20 years on my memoir. So I'm used to exposing myself, even though not publicly, but putting myself on paper in my constant writing. And so it wasn't hard to make the switch, just to continue to be interviewed and answer the questions asked. It also came, it's really strange, but anyhow, I completely believe in God. I was an agnostic for many years, got into 12-step programs, began to believe in a higher power, believe in God, and can see how divinely my life has been directed all 83 of the years. I've fallen into shit. I've been lifted back out, rinsed off, and put back on the path over and over again. I can't take credit for it other than I believe that no matter what happens, we keep getting up. As I'm falling down, whether you knocked me down or I slipped and fell, as I'm going down, I'm looking for something to crawl back up by. That's just part of who I am. And I don't know why that is. When Billy started working with me shortly after my son, my oldest son, died from a overdose. And we worked right through that. If I remember, we celebrated my 80th birthday, which was 3 weeks after my son's death. We celebrated, and the next day I buried him. I let them be at the birthday party celebrating. I felt that safe and content. I do believe truly that we have got to share our truths so that people don't feel alone or ashamed or like I'm the only one or I should hide this. But we all have gone through and go through so much just to be alive, from cradle to grave. And the more we share, the stronger we will all become. And that's why I'm willing to be totally exposed, because if my story helps even one person get back up and keep going, then I've accomplished what I believe to be my purpose here on earth. It's truly been a divine thing when I think about it. I never thought about it before, because like at your ages, you know, you're hustling, you're trying to make it day to day. You're trying to keep the roof over your head, some groceries in the kitchen, that whole bit. Well, you know, now as an elder, I get to kind of take time and think and feel and look back. And this documentary really gave me those opportunities of things that I would never have taken the time to go back and think about unless my pen on the paper wrote it. So all of this has been a blessed experience for me, and I'm grateful, and I'm honored to have been invited to be a participant in this Great Lakes Women Writers Conference. I didn't know anything about you or the conference, and I've had to learn so much and see to keep growing and learning and challenging my own brain to be present, not caught up living in the past, not worrying about the future, but living in this moment. That's all there is to me, is right here, right now. It's a good feeling, and I wish I could spread it like, you know, jam over peanut butter. Because I'm nervous. I've never done this before. I've done Zoom, but I've never done what we're doing today. This is a first. And I was a publicist for a time like you are. And I had no problem telling people, get up there, get the gum out your mouth, look at the camera, you know, do this. I love being behind the scenes. I love telling other people what to do. But this full frontal in front of the camera exposure it's rough. It's new.
Well, you are handling it like a champ. I will say that.
I ain't craving it yet.
Well, I almost just want to do like a mic drop for you, because when I say that was one of the greatest answers I think I've ever heard anyone give, like I said, you are definitely handling this like a champ. And I'm not sure if you recall, we had a Zoom meeting prior to this just to try to talk about the conference and some things. And through our email communication, I said that I may reach out to you, to have some discussion with you before this. And normally one of my rules as a journalist is that I don't tell anyone in advance what the questions are, before we're here having the conversation. That's just like a rule of thumb for me. But and not that I know you, Regina, at all. I don't. But I felt some sort of connectedness to you, or feeling like I knew, or that I respected you that much just in watching this film, that I'm like, well, I need to know if there's something she doesn't want to talk about. And I know that you were a publicist, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to speak that much about, the passing of your son. So these are things that I was going to mention. And then you come on here and you're like, yes. And you're just giving us all the background. And I'm just like, see, I knew it. I didn't even have to have the prior conversation. So thank you for that. Thank you for being so open. And I just want, if there's any writers in the room or storytellers in whatever way in the room, to take heed to that, because I feel that is very, very important. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the early years, the struggle years, where you started this at 15. You became a wife and a mother, and shortly after you were a mother of 5. So being a young woman, a young wife, a young mom, and getting this going, I feel that story in itself is just one of inspiration, and one of other people who may be in this room that are like, I have whatever the X factor is, right? I have X in front of me. How do I get over that to write that book, to create that content, to do, what all these other life things are telling me I shouldn't do?
Something's been coming up a lot lately. I have a very dear friend that asked me to write something recently, and I couldn't do it. So I got mad at him for asking me to do it. And then I finally said to him, I'm at a stage of life, I need to find out what gives me pleasure without a deadline and a gun at my head that I've lived with all my life. Well, he shared with a mutual friend, a male friend who started his career, Steve Ivory, as a writer for me in 1972 at Soul. And Steve told me this story. Dude asked me, why is she trying to find herself? And she's done all of this. And Steve said, and I told him, and I'm paraphrasing, she was basically taken prisoner at 15, raised 5 kids, ran a business while her husband pursued his dream to be a television anchorman. I have never thought of myself in that way, as a victim, as a prisoner, or any of that in my entire damn life. I've always thought of myself as a free Black woman. I've given thought to what he shared with me, and everything he said was truth. But because I never felt like a victim, I never really became a victim. When I started out with Soul and working there, I was just handling the bookkeeping. That was it. And I went in one day and the receptionist was asleep on the sofa in the office, and I fired her without thinking about who was going to be the receptionist. I had my gig down at the police department as a radio telephone operator. So I left my job to become full-time at Soul. And then I learned step by step everything there. What impressed me the most when we did that Zoom call we all had together was I never had what I felt on that call. All of that female energy support and love and communications and brilliance that I heard on that. Dealing with Nicole has been a pleasure. She writes better than me. She's one of the best publicists. I don't know if that's what she does or not, but she makes you just feel good about anything she asks you to do. There wasn't that. We didn't exist like we exist now. I don't remember any other women that were Black that were my peers, other than Ruth Bowen in New York who was managing Aretha Franklin. There were a few others, but we were, there's no cell phones, there no communications like this. We're isolated in different parts of the country. I felt alone almost constantly. I was at an event one time and a young lady came up to me and said, "Honey, what do you do? Or did you do?" And the woman standing next to me said she was a boss. That's what she did. I had never thought of myself as a boss, but I was. I had to learn everything I learned. When I remember photographers coming back to the office from lunch, two of them and a reporter, and they were talking about they'd seen, I can't remember his name, an actor standing on the corner kissing some girl in front of a restaurant. I said, "Did you get the picture?" And they said, "No, we couldn't invade his privacy." Well, I blessed them out. I bought myself a camera. I remember taking pictures of Diane Carroll at the Coconut Grove. And I remember my dear friend Howard Bingham, a very well-known photographer, walking behind me and saying, "That picture's not going to come out." I said, "What do I need to do?" He said, "You'll learn." Nobody taught me. I had to learn most things the hard way. And he loved me and cared about me. And that was his attitude. So I became a decent photographer, not a professional photographer, but I had to show my photographers that I'd get in anybody's face at any time and take their picture if it was newsworthy. It was one thing after another. I laughed about the guy at a Capitol Records event, and he tells me, "Hold on, I'm going to go get my wife." And he comes back with his wife and he says, "Honey, I want you to meet the most independent colored girl I have ever met." Well, I smiled, but it was like slapping me in the face. A colored girl, the most independent. I mean, it was just a double insult. And he had no clue. He thought he was complimenting me. I had to face those kind of things on a regular basis and still not let it take me out. Because in addition to, as we talk about journalists, my job wasn't the journalism part. It was the keeping the whole damn project afloat. I had to make sure the distributors were working, the ads were sold. I sold ads. I dealt with distributors. I had to get the money in there to pay the writers, the printers, the photographers. All of it was on my shoulders. And eventually the editorial, when my husband did become an anchor, television news anchor man, the first Black one in Los Angeles, then he could no longer even oversee the editorial content. So I had to slide on into that. And of course, the editorial department, I'm not a trained journalist. So, I had to kind of teach them that I may not have been a trained journalist, but I knew what news was and what was relative to what we were doing. Soul was produced and created because when Ken saw the Watts riots burning from a high-rise building on Sunset in Hollywood, he said, "Gosh, there's nothing for my people." And he came up with the idea of doing a publication about entertainment, Black entertainment, mostly music at the time, for us to go out in the community. And that's what we achieved for 16 years. And it was a hard 16 years. It was a fight every inch of the way. The only succeeding publications that were out there was Ebony and Jet. Oh God, I can't think of the name, out of Texas, Sepia Magazine. And that, I think, was pretty much it at that time. And then here's this newspaper, tabloid-shaped, folded thing called Soul. So we had to work really hard to sell it. But the deal is that the first issue sold out on the stands in LA. We expanded to other markets, and it did really well just about everywhere across the country. but just managing, if any of you guys know about distribution in your local market, let alone nationally, distribution is a nightmare from hell. And it never gets easier, including things like a documentary I'm learning now. It's a rough fight. It's a rough battle every inch of the way. And just meeting you guys and seeing that you exist puts more energy in my soul to want to help more people keep going no matter what. Just no one has the power to wipe us out or knock us down. Keep getting back up. I don't know if I answered your question or how far off I went, but that's what comes. Just I have to preach. Keep getting back up.
Oh, we are here for it. So please continue to preach. We're here for it. And I just want to make note that Soul Magazine was the first nationally distributed Black music publication in the country. It was the first. And I believe you were before Rolling Stone, even. Yeah. So
we were before Rolling Stone. I even, remember someone from Look magazine coming up, checking us out. Rolling Stone came up to see what we were doing before they started. I remember being in New York and meeting the publishers of Black Enterprise and sitting down over their desk with them and them quizzing me before they started Black Enterprise. Wow. And here were three well-educated Black men who were looking into how to develop a magazine. And they did it, and I'm proud of it and everything they accomplished. All wonderful, nice gentlemen. But yeah, we were ahead of our time. And I have no regrets, though. I can't think of a one. I don't know why I'm tempted to share this story. How many of you guys have you heard of the Black Godfather, Clarence Avant?
Yes.
Okay. Clarence one time had a record company and they owed me some money. So I started calling the office every day. First it was every week and then it was every day. And about the fourth day of the week, I called and Clarence came to the phone. And Clarence, in his Black Godfather style, proceeded to curse me out, call me every name except kind words. And when he finished, he said, "Are you still there?" And I said, "Yes, I am. May I now come pick up my check?" And he said, "You crazy B, come get it." I jumped in my car. I drove over, got my check. We've been friends ever since and always.
Wow.
Okay. I learned, don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Remember what my objective is, not their objective, my objective. I needed that damn money. So he could call me anything he wanted to call me. I wanted that money and I got it.
Someone else told me some famous words I started to learn to live by. They said, "Don't get mad, get paid."
Right.
Reminds me of that. So you bring up something interesting for me because I had this conversation earlier this year. I went to the American Black Film Festival and this conversation started brewing there, and I've been kind of having it in different circles. Because you said you weren't a trained journalist and you had to learn everything that you knew. So whether you were learning it, from the School of Hard Knocks or sitting in someone's classroom, you learned it. The conversation that was coming out of there, and Bill, you can jump in on this, is if people should continue to go to film school. Is it still helpful? A lot of times now, whether it's film school or anything else, fill in the blank, in this day and age of social media and YouTube University, we feel that we can learn everything online, or from watching videos that other people post. Would you recommend that? Like, do you recommend folks to still go to film school? Would you recommend people to, still take journalism classes or advertising, marketing classes or whatever for if someone in this day and age wanted to start a new type of soul magazine? Or do you preach from, whatever you want to do, you can do it and get out there. Because something else you said, though, that was interesting was that when someone told you were doing it wrong, even though he didn't give you the tools to do it correctly, you didn't get upset about it. You learned it. And a lot of us, even though we feel we can do it on our own, when people try to step in and correct us or give us some constructive criticism, it's almost as if constructive criticism doesn't exist in this day and age. You're either being a hater or you're praising me for something, even if it isn't correct. So I don't know if either of you have some insight you want to share on that.
I wouldn't discourage people from going to film school, but I mean, from my experience, I did not go to film school. I was a English major in college, and I always had a desire to be a documentary filmmaker, and the way I learned it or started making films was by watching other people's work. I spend a lot of time watching short documentary films. I still try to watch a couple a week, and I just learn by just gobbling up as much as I can, and then taking what inspires me, and so that's how it worked out for me. But I wouldn't discourage people from going to film school or journalism school and learning the craft that way. That's still a very valuable way to learn, of course. And so no, I think there's definitely value in those traditional institutions, absolutely. Even though I didn't go that route.
Yeah, and 3 of my 5 children graduated from college. The other 2 wish they had. And I have no regrets for everything we went through to get them through college. My grandkids, a whole bunch of them just shipped out of here to colleges, in the last few weeks. They still have to go because the alternatives, the self-learning and self-motivation and on-the-spot learning is hard, if not almost impossible these days. We don't know what's coming with AI. And we can't trust everything that IA tells us. If we get our facts and let it do the work, we still got to check the authenticity of what it gives us. And
absolutely.
Yeah, the authenticity. And, in school, at least you learn how to do your research. You learn how to meet a deadline. You learn whether you're graded high or low. Otherwise, it would be all about our egos and our own self-thinking. Well, that's dangerous in itself because I'm still a little 3-year-old girl having a tantrum on the floor if I don't have my way. That never leaves. And I wish I had continued in school. I took various classes at various times, but I never went after a degree because I never stopped long enough to do that. I mean, I did Soul for 16 years. And then because of Dick Griffey, the head of Solar Records, hired me to be a publicist. He invited me out to dinner. He made me an offer to be his VP of publicity. I said, Dick, I don't know how to do publicity. He said, I'm willing to pay you for 6 months to prove that you do. I said, when do I start? Soul had folded. The marriage had ended. My mother had died. I was down and out. And there I was at Solar, working with The Deal, Shalimar, Climax. And that was fine. But then he gave me the real trinkets. We became the West Coast manager for Jesse Jackson when he ran for president, 84, 85. And I got to work on a presidential campaign. We put Jesse on Saturday Night Live, first presidential candidate to ever do Saturday Night Live. My next door neighbor office mate, Daryl Stewart, and I came up with that idea, and we sold it, and they bought it, and we knew we might both be unemployed and have to walk back from New York if it didn't work. And we did it. Jesse loved it. He was happy. I got to do a luncheon for Bishop Desmond Tutu, one of his first visits to America. This was working with Dick. This is new exposure. That's stuff that stretched me more than just doing straight PR would have done. It was a gift, okay? And from there, I became the publicist for the NAACP Image Awards TV shows for 13 years. And then at the end of the career, when I thought I was just going to be a publicist and be quiet, I went to work for a childcare nonprofit agency, Crystal Stairs, and they wanted more in publicity. They made me their conference I became their development manager, fundraiser, training, documentaries. I got to grow and learn. And I'm an implementer. I loved being challenged and implementing. Sometimes I wish I were a visionary, but I think I like implementing more than I do visions. I like the gift of the visions. I wish I was that creative person because, we're just never happy with ourselves completely enough. Watching the documentary process, Billy, I watched every one of them. They do this work out of love. They love the work they do. I love the work I do, but it was always business first until Crystal Stairs. And then I started to love the childcare people who take care of our children and seeing what they need and how I could help them get money to do that. It just, one challenge after another has been an eye opener and a direction changer. And like I said, I have no regrets. How in the hell am I now? Who in the hell is Regina Jones with the documentary? Okay. How did that happen?
Well, it's funny you asked because that was going to be my next question. I'm saying you've made sure people's stories were told. Now your story is being told. So I would like to know, in your own words, who in the hell is Regina Jones?
Today, after each of my screenings, I think I've been to 3 of them here in LA. I haven't been able to travel. And I get sick and feel horrible for weeks after being out in front like I'm doing right now. I'm hoping that that doesn't happen because I'm present and not, I don't know about any of you, but I have an alter personality that I can turn on for you. I ain't reaching for her. I'm here. So I'm real naked today. And I'm learning who I am. I'm a grandmother. I'm a great grandmother. I'm a great friend. Just this birthday, which was Tuesday, so many cards, gifts, messages. It was mind-boggling. And to accept the fact that I'm loved because I love. I really love people. And my latest experiment this year has been let them. Let everybody be whoever the hell they are and realize it ain't got nothing to do with me. So if you got attitude or problems with me, it is your problem. I'm not going to let you pull me into it. I'm not going to even give you the benefit of me being angry with you. It's your problem. Took me 83 years to get here, but I'm loving it. It's a freedom that I cannot begin to describe. Just every breath is precious to me. Billy talks about the co-director. Oh God, she's in Portugal. She moved with her now, I think, 11 or 12-year-old twins to Portugal just a few weeks ago. And on my birthday, there she was on a FaceTime call with the twins to wish me happy birthday.
Oh,
I mean, come on. How many people get that kind of thing? She's not off to next. She's still thinking about me. They are now my grandchildren. She's like a daughter. Billy's like a son. Billy's mother and I exchange emails. I really care about people. I realize you can't care about everybody, but I try to be kind. I really try because, also at this stage, the brain, I can't even remember everybody's name. Now, when it gets to I don't even recognize the face, we're going to be in trouble. But I
Well,
can
we
smile.
love that.
Yeah, I don't fake it. I don't fake it. I wouldn't say to you, oh, hi, it's good seeing you again. I'd say, help me out. I don't remember who you are. I just tell the truth.
Well, Mrs. Jones, I think you are my new favorite person.
Me too. Just
Thank
being
you
real.
so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if Billy, if you have any last words. My only critique for you, Billy, in this film is that you didn't bring her to a tear. I was waiting. I was like, she's gonna shed a tear before this movie is over.
We got close, didn't we, Regina? But
I even tried going next door to my neighbor after her mother died and with her cousin there. And we bust open a bottle of champagne and tried to cry. I stopped crying years ago. And I'm still looking. They're welling up even now, but they just don't materialize. Now, if that ain't some kind of self-protection that comes from a long time ago, you tell me what is.
Mm-hmm.
That's how stuck we can be if we don't unloosen the locks and set ourselves free, because nobody else is going to do it for you. Whatever you believe in yourself, go for it. It doesn't matter what I say or anybody says. Be who you are. Find out what makes you happy, what tickles your toes, what feels good to you. God bless you all. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. Billy, did you have any last words?
Tough to top anything Regina says.
It's hard
She's
act to
very,
follow.
yes, she's very special and just a inspiration and resilient as ever, and so proud to be considered a friend and to know her and to just be in her life. It's really special.
Awesome. Well, we are enjoying this project. Let's enjoy this. And like I said, everyone, do you want to tell people how they can view it?
Well, it'll play a couple more festivals this year, one in Colorado, it'll be in New York City. We're still, working to get a distributor, which, in the documentary world is quite difficult these days. So you can follow along on whoisreginafilm.com, where we'll post any updates on future screenings and hopefully a distributor soon to get it out there to more audiences.
And may I please, I want to sell my book, the self-published book of poetry on Amazon, Pieces of My Life. I did this February of 2024. And, just stuff I'd been writing for many years, and I put it together and let it out. And then the documentary came out. And Billy, I want to share with you now and all of you guys. I just talked to somebody now who gets distribution deals on Tubi, which I'd never heard of. And so I sent him the documentary. He's looking at it. I need to let Alyssa, our producer, know that. I've stayed out of their business because I don't know it. But somebody came to me and I said, I'm not turning this one over to the producer, to my friend Alyssa. I'm going to move on this shit now. Because no to me means not right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I have ever existed, is no means not right now. And we're going to get this distribution deal, and we're going to get this so they can all be rewarded to all that they're worth for what they've done. I'm so happy. I'm so thrilled, and I'm so honored. And I know God's looking out after me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you've got some fingers crossed in Cleveland. So we are crossing our fingers and toes and praying that comes into fruition. And I don't know if you can see us or not. I can see myself on the screen. I don't know if you can see the audience, but I just want to can we give like a standing ovation? Because this was awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it back over to Demetrius. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And thank you again from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, family. One more big round of applause. Oh my goodness. That was incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Felicia. All right, guys. So we're gonna give you a little moment so you can stretch your legs a bit. All right. A couple things for you. When we come back, we're gonna have two events happening at the same time. One will be here on this level and the other will be just upstairs. I'll give more information on that as we move forward. We do still have some light refreshments over there. If you guys would like to go ahead and move about, feel free. But please make sure that you're visiting our book vendors as well. That's one of the main reasons why we're here. So please make sure if you have not gotten a chance yet that you go ahead and you visit our vendors table, and we'll meet you guys back here in about 10-15 minutes. Yeah. and so many more that we all see here as well. So we just wanted to make sure that we took a small second and thank all of our sponsors. So coming up now, as I mentioned to you all before our last break, we have two separate addresses that are going on now. So upstairs on the second level, we are going to have the one and the absolute only Miss Silk Allen will be upstairs. And it's going to be our street lit workshop. And you all are more than welcome to go upstairs in order to partake in that with her as well. So what I'm going to do right now is just go ahead and read a little bit about Miss Silk Allen, and then we will go ahead and get this train continuing to move. So Silk Allen is a Cleveland-based storyteller, journalist, and personal stylist whose creative vision is shaped by a chaotic mess of influences, which is fashion, pop culture, and nostalgia, while echoing the poetic prose of Iceberg Slim and the unapologetic lyricism of Lil Kim. I know that's right. Her writing has appeared in local publications, Beach Life Magazine, The Plain Dealer, The Plain Press, Destination Cleveland, and The Land, often writing about the local fashion, shopping, and entertainment. She was awarded the 12th Literary Arts Baldwin House Urban Writing Residency in 2021 and participated in Literary Cleveland's inaugural Breakthrough Writing Residency cohort in 2022 and 23. She holds an AAB in Fashion Merchandising from Virginia Marty College of Art and Design and a PS in Journalism from Central State University. Silk is currently working on completing two books, a memoir titled I Write How I Talk, and a hybrid collection of essays called Spit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one and only Mrs. Silk.
Thank you.
Okay, well, listen, she will be upstairs on the second level. Listen, there is two separate ways that you can get upstairs if you like. There are the stairs here, and right here where this number 21 is, there's an elevator for you all to get upstairs as well, okay? And that is if you want to go up and partake with Miss Silk Allen. Also, I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware. Please be sure to get your parking validated. If you come here to the very first table here when you enter, they will take care of the validating of your parking as well. So before you leave, make sure that you do that. All right, and here at the main level, we are continuing to move forward. So now we are having, let's see, we'll be talking about Black resilience, Overcomers, Thrivers, and Survivors. And here I would like to introduce the one and the only Miss Laura C. Cohen, who's going to be our moderator for this session. You can come and join me over here, Miss Cohen. Oh, that's fine as well. Yep, that's fine as well. No, please go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to read a little bit about you, and I'm going to turn it over to you, dear. Laura C. Cohen's tale of survival and heroism can be seen around the world as the Lifetime Network's 2025 feature film, The Girl in the Garage, Laura Cohen's story. Escaping from an abusive polygamous family, Laura and her 3 children endured unimaginable abuse, locked away and held captive in a cold, dark garage with no heat, food, water, or plumbing. Laura was repeatedly raped, beaten, and starved alongside her children. Stripped of everything but the will to survive, to make it out of that garage. Today, Laura travels all over the world, telling her amazing story and advocating for domestic violence victims. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and the only Laura Cohen.
Hello, family. Thank you. So we're going to have a great session. Our house sisters. Oh my gosh, you got to hear these stories. Stacy, come on up and join us. Luciana, come on up and join us so we can talk to the audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's panel discussion, Black Resilience, Overcomers, Thrivers, and Survivors. We are here to celebrate the strength, courage of these resilient Black women in the house today. And on our panel today, we have 2 phenomenal women with wonderful stories. First, we have Stacy, a powerhouse woman, a 6-time cancer warrior, and now living courageously with stage 4 gastric breast cancer.
Something like that. I still look good.
You do.
All right.
Yes, you do. Shoot. Oh my gosh. She is a beacon of resilience, purpose, transformation, inspiring countless others to thrive in the face of adversity. We have over there red high heels. I haven't had heels since high school. Go ahead. We have Miss Luciana, call her Lucy, a passionate advocate for self-care. She turned her love for journaling into a thriving business, designing self-care journals that help others navigate life's challenges. She is also an author of several books, proving that our stories, when written and shared, can become powerful tools of healing and empowerment. Matter of fact, we got, where's your book, sis?
Well, this was my 6th one.
Woo!
Hold on, sis. Let me take my wig off.
Say it again. What is the title again?
Hold on, sis. Let me take my wig off.
Love it. Oh, come on now. Come on, I love it. I think that is phenomenal. You know, Stacy and I go back years. How long? Yeah, she interviewed me one time. I was just getting started, nervous and everything. She was awesome. So thank you for that. Yeah. Miss Yvonne was here earlier too. You heard her. Well, you came all over that. Yes. I did. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we're going to start off with So, ladies, we're going to talk about Black resilience, correct? So when you hear that word, Black resilience, what does that mean to you personally? Now, not the definition of Black resilience, but you personally, how does that affect you?
Things. For me, I want to say still, it's still, meaning that no matter what the obstacles are, you are still. No matter what the challenges are, you are still here, still able to move forward, still able to push forward. I think that is what our ancestors did. Oh, and I think that has been passed on down the line, and how we're able to continue to move forward and continue to push forward in spite of.
Embedded in our DNA.
It is. It really is. Yeah.
That shit coming across the ocean. Okay? Because the ones that did survive, we are here because of them. So remember that. Okay? What about you, Miss Lucy?
For me, it means life after pain. It let me know, first of all, that God changed my life. And He enabled me to be able to endure everything that I went through, but come out not down, just ready to give up, but just persevering and pressing through it all. Was it hard? Yes. But on the other side is life. So that's what it means to me, life after pain.
Finding your purpose.
Finding my purpose.
You know? Yeah, absolutely. So the transformation part is broken through that transformation, right? Many people go through pain, but don't always transform into the purpose, right? But what was the turning point when you realized your struggle could actually fuel your mission?
For me, I've always been transparent. I've always believed that the more transparent you are, your purpose is not for you, it's for others. And the more transparent you are, the more you're able to share your story, the more you create a blueprint for others. And I always think to myself, what if somebody told me that this was going to happen, or what I should be on and which way I should go? Not necessarily saying everybody's cookie cutter, but if they had given me something. And I know that the more I share, the more I'm transparent. That's the transformation for me. That is how it begins. It begins with transparency, honesty, being able to be vulnerable in the face of challenges as big as we face. And so that in itself not only transforms me, but others. So I think that was my turning point. Was I've always been like, yep, I got cancer. Here's what it looks like. And I've been willing to share that story, and that, here's what domestic violence looks like. Here's what, sexual abuse as a child looks like. I've been through it all. So I'm able to share that story on different levels and be able to help people transform and know that you can still go forward, still walk in your purpose, and still fulfill everything that you were meant to fulfill.
What about you, sis? What was your turning?
My turning point is when I had to let go. When I decided that, no, first of all, I had to give it to God. I had to trust Him with it, because we can say we trust God, but until you actually let go and really start trusting God with it. And so that was one of my turning points. And then, as Stacy said, I was able to be transparent and tell my stories without crying. Now I'm saying it boldly and letting you know that, okay, yeah, I've been through domestic violence. I've been sexually abused. I've been through that, but it's not controlling my life anymore. So now I want to impart back into you and encourage. And so I knew that was a turning point for me, and I was able to forgive everybody who has hurt me. That was my turning point.
Give me chills. That word forgiveness, because when we go through trauma, and especially when we've been hurt, it's hard to forgive.
It is, but you know what? I've always looked at it like it's not always about us. And I've always looked at it like our abusers.
we were the innocent bystanders, and Nicole helped me with this memoir, you guys. Shameless plug. Y'all better know Nicole D. Miller. But anyway, that is one of the titles of the chapters in my book is Innocent Bystander, because that's not my story, that's theirs. I was just an innocent bystander. And it was something that they had to work through. They abused me, they got to deal with that. It got nothing to do with me. And so I always look at it that way, which is why I'm able to tell my story without crying, because I didn't do that. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay. Oh, we came to talk today.
We came to talk without the wine. We talked about that earlier, people. So hidden joke there. Okay. Storytelling and legacy. Okay. So this is what I want to ask you guys. Why do you think it's important, especially for Black women, to write our own stories rather than to let others define them? We got to write our own. Why?
I think it's that Stacey, because we're writing our own story. Because everybody's gonna have their version, what they feel, what they think. And no, this is really what happened. I'm sharing my story from my point of view, from my feelings, from my emotions, from my thoughts. That's what's most important. Telling it from the most authentic place that I can tell it from, and not letting nobody else come to, people gonna add their little stuff. No, I'm telling it authentic, uncut version. Yes. So I think that's why it's important for me to share my own story.
I think it's so much power in it. There's so much power in being vulnerable. And I'll tell you, I couldn't write this book by myself. This is my memoir, which is my story. My other books were not my story. They came right out of me. It was easy. It was nothing. But when it came to writing my own story, it wasn't that I was reliving it. Some of it I forgot actually happened. It was cathartic. It was therapeutic. But then after that, having someone read it and say, "Oh my God, you touched me. I've been through that. I've been through that," and be able to identify with me. And I think there's power because as women, we are taught to be on an island. We are taught to self-sustain without, connection. We're kind of conditioned to be in competition with one another. And I think it's important that the more we tell our stories, the more we know that we are connected.
Right.
That these things we're not on an island. They're not individual. We had our own individual experiences, but we have so much in common, and there's so much healing in that. And I think when we're silent and don't tell the story is where we miss the mark of sisterhood and real connection, real love, and understanding that we're here to help each other, not hurt each other. And I think we're starting to shift that paradigm. The more stories we tell, the more, talking that we do and sharing that we do.
I like that. Stacey, the sisterhood part, because we're like crabs in a bucket sometimes. Who's that one try to get up to the top? Somebody's just pulling you back down. So the sisterhood, we get in that circle. That's supposed to lift us up. Okay. Now you hit something on the healing part. So on journaling is healing. Okay. Journaling is often described as a form of therapy, right? How has writing helped you process pain? And what would you say to someone who doesn't know where to start?
Personally, I would say just start with a blank sheet of paper and whatever writing utensil you love the most, and just flow. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to be formed grammatically correct to start writing. For me, I was a published author in the 3rd grade because that's how deep my pain goes. And so I was writing in the 3rd grade, and I was blessed to have a teacher that saw the talent in me and took me. It was like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. That I knew. I always say that the pen has saved a lot of people's lives.
Yes.
Not mine. But if it wasn't for the pen, it'd be I'd be speaking to you from jail cell because some people would have got, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because that's
yeah.
how deep the pain was
Yeah.
at that time. And so I was able to write it out, say the things that I needed to say, both to myself and to them. And so I think that there's so much power in the pen, and we need to utilize that more. And if you don't like writing, these phones not there, just pick it up and do a voice recording or what have you. But getting it out, there is so much power in releasing that because we carry so much and we just bury it down and bury it down. But what we don't know is that it comes out in different ways. You know, I didn't realize that because I had been sexually abused by my father. Later on in my life, I had issues with authority. Well, that's directly related to that. You know, I thought I was the boss no matter where I was, whether I was in corporate America or not, and when no man gonna tell me what to do. That's directly related to my childhood trauma. And so once you start writing and understanding yourself, you can then draw back and say, okay, I get that now, and now I can start working on who I am.
About you, Lucy, what's your healing start as a journey?
So this is really good because I do have my own journal. So I started journaling as a child, and because I didn't have someone to be able to express what I was going through, so I used to write. I didn't know then I was journaling. I used to just write because I was able to express. And so over the years, I wrote, and then sometimes you write and you're like, I forgot about that. And so it just helps you to release. It helped me so much when I was in times I couldn't talk to this person, I couldn't talk to my dad. He was off doing his stuff. My mom was over here. Like, anybody forget about me? But so like it's power in the pen for sure. And so I created my own journals, and now it helped me. So I created them to help someone else because it is so therapeutic. It helps you to release what you're feeling because if you can't be truthful with yourself, you can't be truthful with it. So you're able to write down. You're able to be so transparent. You're able to just write out everything, every detail. So it helped me so much along the way as I was going through a lot of stuff that I was experiencing, which made why I created my journals. And now I do programs with young kids, and journaling is part of it because you have to journal every day, part of our group, because it's important to be able to express yourself because everybody don't know how to do that or have that one secure person that they're able to talk to. So I think it's very important to be able to helpful for healing and helpful to be able to just get some of that stuff off because a lot of stress, it holds stress. It makes people sick when you hold that stuff in.
Yep.
So it's good for so many levels. So, and it helped me a lot.
Y'all hear that? It's a book out there, and everybody's got a book in them. Remember that, okay? We all have a story, don't we? Right here, huh? Okay, that brother like, I got one. You got a couple of stories. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. So, empowering others. Both of you not only survived, but turned your experience into tools for others. How does helping others heal or thrive give you strength to keep going?
Our gifts were never meant for us.
Mm.
God gave you what you needed to be a part of the tree. Yes? And so everybody has their space, their role, the things that they're supposed to do. And so empowerment, we have a responsibility to our community to use what we were given in order to advance the next.
That's right.
And so when we're gatekeepers of those gifts, we don't thrive, and we're wondering, why am I staying stuck? Because you're keeping your stuff to yourself.
Right.
Your story was meant to heal someone else.
That's right.
And then their story to heal on. And that's how it goes. And so when we think about it like that, and we start talking about breaking generational curses, you can't do that if you keep everything to yourself. And so empowerment is a responsibility that we have.
That's right.
If you've lived through something, if you've learned something, it is your responsibility to pass that on. I'm talking, doing my good talking today.
I love it, Luciana.
It's called purpose. Yeah. It's purpose. It's purpose. Come on.
We have a purpose and a responsibility, as she was saying, we go through it, but why hold it in? We shared it to the next person. Like one of my books, I do ABC affirmations for kids because now I'm pouring back into them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm encouraging them. It's giving back. Like you said, breaking generational curses. You don't have to. I work in mental health. If you see how many people come in here, now this will make me get really passionate and probably shed a tear, because how many kids and adults are in mental health every day, dealing with stuff,
Yes.
because they wasn't probably helped as a child. They wasn't listened to. They was probably ignored, shut out, abused, whatever they experienced. So it is our responsibility to go back and grab them, go back and share our stories, go back and encourage. It's so important to do this. That's how you do break generational curses. That's how you encourage. That's how you build up. That's how you strengthen. That's how, so it's, I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this stuff right here, but it's so important for us to do that. So that's what I'll say. I'll say because I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Tissue.
We have
tissue.
We have
Tissue box.
the wait list at my office alone. We have over 700 referrals. It's that is not exaggerating to try to get in, just to try to get in the door. It's our responsibility to help.
Yeah.
We got to share our stories.
Yeah.
We got to encourage. We got to grow. We can't keep this to ourselves. It's important that we do that. Sorry.
You got anything?
I'm sorry.
Slow, I got
Don't be
sorry. That's real. Don't be sorry.
Listen, it is definitely important that we do that. I see it every day. The kids, the adults, they need us. They need us. And so we out here, even if one person, like you said, and I'm sorry, Ohio, Cleveland, we're known for that. The crab in the bucket, you're pulling each other down. We don't have to compete. Everybody get their piece and just do it. It's so important. So I think that's.
With the little ones, you got journaling. Have you seen?
The little ones, I have journaling.
Yeah.
I have children. I did the ABC books right now. I'm on Facebook every day. I have a 26-day affirmation that I'm doing with kids. I'm logging on. I'm encouraging them through the affirmations in my book. Pouring back. Come on, grab your kids, grab the adults, because you can be 1 or 101. It's no limit on when you can be encouraged. Let's pour back. Let's use our platforms. It's so important to do that.
Wow.
It's so important. It costs you nothing to encourage. It costs you nothing to smile at somebody. It's really important that we do this, because our kids are dying younger and younger because they're just trying to be a part of something. It's so important that we go back and get them and not let them fail. Now, if anything that's going to bring me to tears is like being encouraged. Our babies and our youth, and even us as an adults, because it's just like a snowball effect. When we're an adult, we go through stuff after stuff after stuff, and we hold it in. It's time for us to get free.
Okay. I like that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead, baby. It's okay.
That right there.
Yeah.
Because it's important.
Your little ones
so
are journaling.
Yes.
Have you found the next Michelle Obama yet in the group?
It's always somebody. My two right here, Faith and Elijah, my kids, they so passionate. They 5 and 6, and I adopted them. That's another story. But since they was from birth, which I'm grateful for, another part of my story. But just watching them, because they have yet to understand that they are adopted. However, when they do, that's a whole nother. I want them to be ready emotionally, physically, psychologically. When you hear that, because you have us, but you have a whole nother set of questions that you're gonna be ready to ask.
Yeah, talking about
So just being free. Just being able to encourage. You see these kids, they be so passionate. I just finished up a group at the end of the summer at John F. Kennedy, and just watching and hearing the reviews afterwards and how it made one of the young ladies, you made me look at my life differently. I didn't see it like this before. I have all their reviews, and it just broke me, because I'm like, if I was able to say one or encourage one, but all of them, that blessed me. But most importantly, I'm glad to see the change in them, even if it's just one seed song.
Yeah.
I want to say the words say,
one soul,
Mhm.
one water, and God get an increase. So
Amen.
that's me when it comes to
Okay.
just this topic
Awesome.
right here.
Thank you. What about you, Stace?
Oh no, she said everything. she said it all.
Go ahead, on.
Yeah, yeah, I
Awesome.
love that.
Okay, okay. So on hope and faith, we do have hope and we do have our faith. When the weight of everything felt too heavy, what words or practices or affirmations help you rise again?
Whew. So for me, it was to sit down, Stacy,
Mm.
and be quiet for a minute. Be still for a minute. I am a workaholic, and I will work myself into.
Yeah.
And so that's my go-to when things got heavy. I kept on working, kept on going, and I didn't realize the importance of self-care. And self-love first, then self-care. And self-love was understanding what I was doing. I was running from the hard. I was running from the difficult by working, right? By continuing to work and pour into others and pour into others, not understanding what the empty cup was all about. Feeling it, but not understanding it. And so I would just keep pouring. I guess I was borrowing some pour from somewhere because I didn't have anything to pour anymore. So understanding that helped me a lot because now I know what to do and how to take care of myself when things are rough. And you can imagine having 6 different diagnoses, one every decade in your life. You definitely have some hard and rough times and some things to look at.
Yep.
And so I think that writing, journaling, empowering, all these things are great, but me first. Me first. What do I need today? And understanding that you going down, it's too rough, it's too tough, it's too hard right now. You going down and understanding what do I need to do to take care of me today? And I really want people, especially Black women. I ain't saying nothing about my Black kings. Y'all deserve y'all time too. I ain't saying nothing. But we have a habit of just taking on everything that comes our way. And this week I did a thing where I decided I wasn't taking on nothing. I didn't answer the phone if I didn't want to. I didn't text back if I didn't want to because I was not in a place to do so this week. And I allowed myself to recognize that and to act on it.
Wow.
And so I'm sorry if y'all text me and I didn't answer.
That
But this
why.
was a week for me.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that we have to do and we have to understand because life is going to be lifing.
All the time.
But what's your contingency plan? What's your plan to take care of you while it's lifing?
Wow. Got that?
Ditto.
What we say, ditto, girl?
You want to weigh in on that too?
So I'm going to agree, but I'm also my prayer time. That is so important.
For sure.
I need that. That is
Yes.
first and foremost before anything. And then my self-care time because it's important because if we are depleted, what do we have to give? Nothing. So my prayer time and my self-care time to replenish.
Beautiful.
And to fill back up.
Okay.
Ooh. I'd add mindfulness. So prayer and mindfulness. It's nothing like a good meditation to really just stop the voice. Stop to just pause for a minute.
That's right.
You know?
That's
So you gotta talk to God first and then be quiet. So you can hear the answer.
And listen, right.
We talk so much, that's what we miss.
You don't,
it.
right.
You miss
You
it.
don't, you missed it. You're talking to So with community and representation, right, it matters. How do you see your story inspiring other Black women who feel unseen, unheard, or overwhelmed?
I would say we are the examples. We are the examples. We may be unseen, but guess what? We don't stop. You keep pressing. You don't give up. You got to believe in you. You don't look for other people to validate you. You validate yourself first. It starts there, and then you press on. The rest will come, because I'm a believer in God. So my first is in Him, and he'll place me where I'm supposed to be at all times. Hence, I'm sitting on this platform. So it is just, you got to keep pressing. You got, because it's going to be hard, but you got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in yourself and keep pressing.
Okay.
So for me, where community is concerned, I never believed the lie that Black women can't get along. You know, they'll tell us that in a minute. Oh, they can't get along. They in competition. I never believed that. I've always created spaces for women to thrive together.
Yes.
So I've always had Facebook platforms. You might have heard of Let's Win Sis. I now have the Fearless group, just different platforms on Facebook where we could, especially when COVID hit and we couldn't get together anymore, we had to get online. And I was okay with that because what I do know is when we get together,
Come on.
whew, it's nothing like it. It's nothing like it. Where you're not looking for anything and no one is looking for anything from you, but yet you still pouring into each other. And so I'm going to my grave believing that we can get together and move mountains together.
That's right.
And so I've always created community. I have a foundation for it. That's what I believe, especially when it comes to women, because of the power that we hold and because we're always on an island.
That's right.
And we've all had girl hurt, and we have a habit of having girl hurt and running and hiding somewhere. Well, I don't do women.
Like that one. Girl.
Well, I do. Come on over here, girl.
Right, that's right. That's right.
And just helping each other build each other up. Community is important. And again, it goes back to responsibility. We have books, we have stories, we have all of these things, and it is our responsibility to share, but not just stop there, but also help others do the same thing. Tell their story.
That's right.
Girl hurt. You write that down. I like that one.
Girl hurt is
when I be
it's
hearing
like
people say
church
little
hurt.
things. I like that.
It's like church hurt, but it's girl hurt. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I heard.
Right.
I saw a couple people going like this in the audience. They know. They know.
They know.
Oh, what about you, Lucy?
I agree. I as well, you know, have different platforms for young ladies, and my sister to sister group chat with my sister, and so we come together and we build up. We build up. Like she said, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
We build up. We have no excuses. We love. I love to love. I love to love. I'm a hugger. I'm like, oh, sometimes I have to be like, oh, sorry if you're on the hugger, but that's just me. And so we come together. We don't. Whatever everybody else see, we see past it. And we be like, come on, let's join, let's love, let's build together. Like she said, when pandemic hit, we was online being transparent. We was online sharing. You know, 5 years later, we still have our groups every 2 months because we building up women. We encourage, we pouring into you, you know, and children as well. So yeah, we build community. It's so important to come together. And so, and if you get hurt wear off, mad wear off. What we did when we was kids. If you fought, okay, we'll be back friends in about 5 minutes. Let's communicate, let's talk, and let's get past it, and let's build each other up. It's so important.
Well, I got you. I got a question just for you too. You transform journaling into a business, right? And a movement, rather, really. So why do you believe self-care and storytelling through writing are especially vital for Black women today?
Because like we've been sharing up here, it's important for so many things that we have. Ourselves, our families, our jobs, our careers. It's so important that we're able to be free in what we're doing. It's so important to build that community on every level. So, and if you're free, if you're encouraged, like I can send you like affirmation or something to make you feel good. It's building you up. And if you do it, then it get contagious, a good contagious. Then you can do it. Then you can do it. And then you can do it. And you're just building up. But let me see. We have families. We have children. We have legacies. This stuff passes on. So like we were talking about earlier, breaking generational curses. All of this stuff is important for all that we do in our life. Building businesses. How you going to build something successful and you still stuck on something from yesterday? It's important. So building that, encouraging, building up is so important for us to do as we're building community with each other, because it's in every aspect of your life. And maybe that stranger that you met, you could have smiled at somebody and it made a difference in their life. You just don't know what somebody else is going through and how so small to you may have been big to them. So it makes a difference in every aspect.
Very good. Miss Stacy,
Yes.
you transformed journalism. Wait a minute, hold on. Sorry, wrong one. Okay. You battled cancer multiple times and continue to stand strong. What keeps you choosing courage every day, even in the face of ongoing health challenges?
Because God is not done with me yet.
Mm.
I got work to do.
Come on.
He did not say lay down.
Mm.
He didn't say job well done yet.
Come on.
And so listen, this is my new book coming up called Fearless. I've never attached fear to a diagnosis.
Okay. That's good. Okay, good.
My diagnosis is okay. What we gonna do?
That's good. That's good.
My doctors looked at me. I had a doctor like, oh my God, and started crying. And I looked at him like, hold on, we got work to do, and I don't have time for this. What's the plan? I know for a fact that I'm not done yet. So it's not about courage. It's about responsibility. It's about obligation. It's about fulfilling my purpose. And so I'm going to keep moving and keep going until God says so.
Keep going.
Awesome.
That's me.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That's awesome.
I can't. I just won't give up.
That's right.
And I'm pretty sure my best friend is in the room, and I'm pretty sure she's tired of me coming up with new stuff to do. But guess what? I'm gonna come up with new. As long as God give me something new to do, we doing it.
That's
and she
right.
coming too.
She talking about you. Amen.
Yep. So just keep going.
Just keep going. Okay. We all fall down, but we get back up.
Get back up.
Okay.
You gonna fall.
You gonna fall.
You gonna, and you
That's
probably gonna skin your knee.
Man.
You might do something, but get up.
Get up.
There's no excuses to stay down.
That's right.
There's no excuses as long as you have breath.
Come on.
You have talent.
That's
I
right.
promise it was given to you before you even were born.
That's right.
Tap in.
Tap in.
Tap in.
That's
I
it.
got that story.
That's it.
Tap in. You know, I said that. You remember when we were on Tamara Hall a couple years ago? I was on with her, Michelle Knight, and my publicist Latasha. And Tamara, and she has a story with her sister in domestic violence. She was killed. So I said, you know, we all have a story, but it's what you do with your story. Now that's your glory.
Yeah.
And I said, you can choose the A or the B syndrome. That A, you know, something bad happened to us. Sometimes we just get up and curl up in the little ball and disappear.
Yeah.
Or you can choose B. Something bad happens, you get up, you brush yourself off, get back up. And while you get up, that's the time to reach out and help somebody else to keep them from going through what you went through.
Yes.
So we chose B, didn't we?
Yes.
I had December 16th last year, I had the largest surgery. My surgeons were scared of this surgery.
Oh.
It was 7 hours. I had ribs removed, titanium put in. I had a piece of my lung removed, et cetera, et cetera. And I got out and I looked up at the ceiling and I said, I made it. Okay, what we doing?
I know that's right.
Girl, yes.
And that, I was ready to go. I had 5 chest tubes in. I'm like, can y'all take these out so I can go home? And so they sent me home with the chest tubes because I was ready to go. I had things to do. And it's just a matter of, I woke up. He woke me up.
Come on.
He woke me up so I can keep going, so I can do something. And so, again, you have to think about one thing I want you all to leave with is it's bigger than you.
Yeah.
It's bigger than you. Your story is bigger than you. What you've been through is bigger than you. And you need to persevere so that you can save somebody else.
Right. Come on.
If you can't get up for you, get up for somebody else.
I love it.
Okay.
Shoot, that was my last closing. That was my closing reflection question.
We didn't come to play.
If you could leave the audience with one piece of wisdom on resilience, okay, and the power of owning your story, what would it be?
Bounce back.
Bounce back.
Bounce
Bounce
back. Bounce back. It is so powerful to be able to be free. Be free. mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and to be able to reach back, not be free and keep going, reach back and pull somebody along with you. Keep reaching, because like I said, this is a story. We have a purpose, and fulfilling that purpose will not be complete until you took your final rest. We have a purpose, and it needs to be fulfilled. So finding that person, bouncing back, feeling free, and fulfilling your purpose.
Wow, wow. Stacy, Luciana, thank you so much for sharing your stories, answering those hard questions with a smile. And to the audience, thank you for coming and listening to these fantastic women. And we hope that you too will tell your story in your way as well. Oh, we have 10 minutes more left. Okay, wonderful. I would like to have a little Q&A. Let's do a little Q&A out here. Anybody have any questions for Stacy or, oh yeah, where we go? Come on, sis. We have a mic for her.
I got you.
Awesome sauce. Yay. Yay. Y'all something else.
Well, we in good company.
Company.
Ladies, it was a pleasure listening to you all. I loved it. It's inspiring. I learned some things. There's some relevance to you all, what you're experiencing. I have a sister who transitioned a few years ago. She was a co-founder of Minority Women with Breast Cancer United out of University Hospital. So I feel you, okay? I feel you too. I love journaling. I love your stories. And I had an opportunity about a month ago to meet Miss Laura. And at the end, I didn't have any questions, just statements that I saw her movie early on. I had just looked at it again the week before. And I think what I said to you, Miss Laura, was, you are a badass on steroids. So I say the same thing. I just met Miss Stacy over there. And hello to you, so I shared a napkin.
Hi.
But you all were awesome. I don't know you, but I appreciate you. I also love you. We're all family. And when I first heard about, his name was just there, Les Brown. Somebody mentioned Les Brown years ago, and he was on something. And I sat down with my pen and my paper, and when I finished writing my notes, it was about 10 pages. And then I typed them out. But what I learned from him that time, years ago, he said, if you fall down, and if you could look up, then you can get up.
Yes.
And I always loved that, and I believed in that. And someone spoke earlier, I think it was Miss Kim, about Ayanna Van Zandt. She talked about being in the valley. I learned about what we can do when we're in the valley, because you're resting, right? A lot of stuff can come to you. And I had an opportunity to meet her one day. So she's one of my favorite people. But anyway, I appreciated your messages today, your stories. I enjoy them. We are family since I've met you all now. I love you. I appreciate you. And may God continue to bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, sis. I like that one. Write that down too. So if you fall down, you look up, you can get up. I like these little, come on, we use these quotes. Good. Awesome. Okay, come on. Got a question in the back?
I got one right here, and then I'll be right back to you,
okay.
Thank you so much. It comes at the right time, right? And as you were talking, I always liked writing too, but there were so many different things. One of the things we were saying is once you are writing and then you've learned a lesson that you can then share with somebody else. But when you're in the midst of it, I'm just thinking, is it just remaining positive that gets you through, that to keep that self-belief? And in the process of writing is how you are learning, and then everything else, like with the meditation to get the answer, the prayer, is that, and maintaining a balance, because it's so easy to fall down and like, beat yourself up. And also like wanting to do so much for everybody else, worrying about everybody else, and then they're fine and you're not, right? So I've been through that. So, but right, it's beautiful to hear your stories, and I want to just thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
I just
so
want to
much.
say that you mentioned trying to remain positive. I'm a little bit different. I don't see any other way. I don't want to tell you that I don't have bad days, because I have a whole lot of bad days. But I also have a whole lot of good days. And so my bad days is just, I don't even allow myself a whole bad day. I allow myself a bad, like a 30 minutes or something, like a little moment, because there's so much to be happy and joyous and everything about, and thankful and gratitude and practicing that gratefulness, right? And so I think that every moment I'm allowed to write, to share my story, I need to be thankful for it, because I could not be here. Let's be honest, right? But I'm here. So I'm gonna go ahead and do what I gotta do with a smile on my face. And then there's sometimes where I need the Moscato that you spoke about earlier.
And I
Whole
would say
bottle.
that each one of us is a gift of life every day, because every day is not promised to either one of us.
Yes.
So just being able to be hopeful, be encouraged through every word you write, every experience that you're writing down, and just knowing that and speaking life to it. Because if it's something that is going wrong, something negative, put something positive on top of it. And knowing that one day it's going to turn around. It may not be overnight, because that's not realistic. But being able to just be hopeful, keep your mindset on positive, that everything will be all right and eventually. And that's how we stay hopeful.
We gotta pause and feel how we feel.
We got to feel how we feel.
Have a good circle around us.
Yes.
To push us up.
That's right.
And get right back at it.
That's right. And get back up and keep pressing. Yeah.
All right, ladies, I do know we have one more. We just have one more just here, okay?
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm a survivor. I'm going to share my testimony. God has blessed me to be here today. I was actually almost killed through an attack of an assailant that has now become my child's father. So I want to share it in a place that he told me I have purpose. He told me this a few minutes ago through my Holy Spirit, through his Holy Spirit. I've been baptized as a Christian, dedicated and sacrificed to the purpose of Christ, my Lord and Savior. So it looks different as we go through, depending on what the master creates and wants for himself. So I just survived. Me and my family are in the midst now of domestic violence itself. We have a generational curse, as you mentioned. I first thank you, God. I thank you, God, for first delivering and healing us through our pain and our passions becoming what you wanted to be, not what we wanted to be and when we wanted it to be. Because people tell their stories and they put themselves up. But I thank God first for giving us this voice in such a vulnerable and needed experience that God has for all of us as Black women, Black men, Black children, white children, Caucasian children. This is just not an act upon a Black community. The sexual predator is not just an act on Black communities. They are an act of God's, they are acts upon all families of the earth that have had this encounter. But we were fortunate and blessed to survive, to share our stories and tell God thank you first, to share it to God first. I'm also new to the African American language. I'm learning my language. And it is a very vulnerable and hated language. And I hate it because it describes the injustice, the pain that we all saw in history, even today. I am also considered a hate crime target every day I wake up now because my African American assailant has now become my child's father. I couldn't hide it. It's something he wanted me to share. So I thank God first for just being here and sharing. He knows I'm telling the truth and that I want to be here through my domestic violence shame and also accountability, which is responsibility for my purpose. So I thank God for just being here. But my question was, first, I thank this young lady up here with the brown and black hat on. She gave a very mentioned. She said she knows how to break. Um, we beat ourselves up as African Americans, I guess. I don't know what that means, but I have that testimony. And Miss Lady in the front, can you get her attention? Can I speak to you, Laura? Can I speak to you, please, afterwards? Just a couple. Because you said, speak to people about beating yourself up and then letting it go or something like that? Did you mention that? Can I speak to you about that? Because that's where I'm at. I'm also an inspired writer. And I don't know how to say it, but thank you. Oh, yes. One more thing. The rush that we carry to continue must be, and it shall be the break of God. You cannot tell God, hurry up, shut up, sit down. When we look at each other, we are all a part of God's love, his creation. We are his creation.
Thank you, sis.
It's
That's
not
so
to
true.
speak. I gotta speak
That's
to me,
true.
but it's not today. What I want to say is be respectful, young man, because this is not a me thing. This is a God thing, and you are a Christian God, and He wants you to know. Slow down. He gonna get us there, ain't he? Did he not just make us and make? Okay, so let's do that. Let's start there. Thank you. Practice makes perfect. God bless you. Goodbye.
Well, sis, thank you so much for that testimony. And you surely do not look like what you've been through. So God is good all the time, people. And all the time,
God is good.
God is good. Oh, thank you so much again for coming to Black Resilience, Overcomers, Thrivers, and Survivors, right here. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing those stories. Thank you all so much. And we stand with you all. And for the courage that you all have, we appreciate it. One more round of applause for these beautiful ladies, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Nicole, can I ask real quick, in case the audience just want to know, where can they find your books, guys? Somebody want to, read it.
I am warriorcoach.com.
Warriorcoach.com.
have books.
Warriorcoach.com. Okay. What about you?
Mine's it's on Amazon, or you can get it off my website, myfavorbyfaith.com.
Tongue twister. Say it one more time, repeating.
myfavorbyfaith.com.
Okay. All right. Peace.
Thank you, ladies. All right, you all. So a couple more things, and then we're moving throughout the day. So listen, we have a raffle. We did one earlier. We wanted to do one now. So we just had Nicole go ahead and pull. Is Alicia Evans still here? Alicia Evans? Are you Alicia Evans? She may be upstairs. Oh, yeah, because we do have the other. So how about we wait? Yes. It's over now. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. So we'll see if Alicia is still here. If not, then we will pull another name, okay? All right, so we're going to give you guys just another 10 minutes. If we had any people to come in after that segment, please feel free to visit our vendors tables again. And in about 10 minutes, we'll meet you back here with one of our last addresses for the afternoon, okay? Which is Nicole D. Miller. So I think we got a little bit of jazz music that we're going to use. And thank you all so much. And we'll meet you all back here in about 10 minutes. And if Alicia Evans is in the building, please find me. All right, family, we'll see you in about 10, 15 minutes. Yes. All right, one more time, guys. Remember, we did have a raffle, so we announced Alicia Evans earlier, but she was not down. I want to make sure if she left the building, we're going to pull another name. Is Alicia Evans here? Alicia Evans? Going once? Going twice? All right, we're pulling another name. Who we got there? Who we got?
Jeff.
Jeff Kareem? Jeff? No Jeff? All right. Who we got Dawn Arrington. Dawn Arrington. She's not here. All right. We're moving on. We're going to have to do it after. I'm going to try one more. Uh-oh. Okay, we're going to do this after. All right. Anyway, listen, we are moving on, okay? So this is the part of the afternoon in which I'm most excited because this phenomenal young lady is one of the main reasons why we are here. And if you don't know her, I'm going to read a little bit about her, and then we're going to move on forward. And in this moment, we're talking about women in publishing. So, Nicole D. Miller. Nicole D. Miller, assistant producer. Nicole D. Miller is a 5-time self-published author, tenured blogger, and urban Christian fiction novelist who takes immense pleasure in crafting stories that intertwine Black culture and faith. As a serial entrepreneur, she's used her degrees in business to launch her bookkeeping business, ABN Bookkeeping LLC, and hybrid publishing company, Miller Publishing LLC. The latter specializes in assisting debut authors with manifesting their book publishing dreams. Via the vehicle of D. Miller Publishing, Nicole personally provides beta reading, ghostwriting, and one-on-one coaching services. Born in Toledo, Ohio, and raised in Cleveland since she was 5 years old, she enjoys covering stories of hope through freelance journalism to positively influence Cleveland's narrative. A Greater Cleveland Associate of Black Journalists member, her articles have been featured in the local news, periodicals such as, I'm sorry, my eyes are leaving me, such as The Land and Destination Cleveland. She guest blogs for several organizations, including Mass Luray and Multimedia Production Platform. In addition to her writing endeavors, she is the founder and the host of the female-led panel discussion podcast, Girl Talk. Anybody here heard of Girl Talk? Girl Talk, Girl Talk. There she go. Very good. Girl Talk, featuring high-achieving women leaders in the community and beyond. Besides hosting the 2025 Cleveland Indie Author Expo, she became the new producer for the Great Lakes African American Writers Conference, commonly known as Glossy, which we are all here today. Can we put our hands together for that? Nicole's accolades include the 2024 Career Masquerade Magazine Emerging Leader Award and nomination for the 2024 Stiletto Boss Foundation Author of the Year Award, and induction into the 2024 Who's Who in Black Cleveland. Go, girl. Nicole's goals is to uplift her spheres of influence by utilizing a plethora of creative talents that have enabled her to flourish in all that she does. To learn more about her, please visit her at NicoleDMiller.com. Now, if you all could do me a wonderful favor, and please stand and put our hands together for Miss Nicole D. Miller. Let you take it from here.
Thank you, Demetrius. Thank you guys so much. I am excited to moderate this upcoming discussion, Women in Publishing. As a fellow publisher, I esteem and admire those who went before me in this space. So we can introduce our featured panelists, Dr. Lisa Wicker and Valerie J. Lewis Coleman. I'm not sure when they're gonna pop in here, but I'll be looking at the screen in the back. Awesome. Hi there.
Hi.
I'm waiting on one more. Thank you so much for joining us. I so appreciate your time and availability, Valerie. You're amazing.
Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity and I look forward to being a guest because I fit the billing as a girl.
Yes, you do. You do. We're waiting on Dr. Lisa here. I'm sure she'll be popping on here soon. And really, I could go ahead and just introduce you as well first, since you're here first. All right. So we currently have Valerie J. Lewis Coleman, who is a best-selling author, award-winning publisher, and publishing expert who transforms stories into legacies. With more than 20 years in the industry, she has published over 180 authors, 70% of whom became bestsellers, and guided thousands of writers to avoid costly mistakes, publish with excellence, and profit from their books. Okay? As founder of Pen of the Writer, Valerie equips professional speakers, entrepreneurs, and visionaries to magnify their message, grow their platforms, and monetize their expertise through publishing. She also leads the groundbreaking When I See Me BIPOC Children's Book Fair, an initiative that places diverse, empowering stories into the hands of young readers so every child can see themselves as the hero. I love that. A sought after speaker and mentor, Valerie blends practical industry knowledge with passion for literacy, representation, and empowerment. Her dynamic presentations make publishing simple, profitable, and impactful, helping authors not only write books, but also change lives. Can you guys give a round of applause for Miss Valerie J. Lewis Coleman? And that was a mouthful. I just love that you have all that going on. We are definitely cut from the same cloth. You've experienced so much success. You've excelled so much. And I'm looking forward to the hard earned wisdom and knowledge that you've acquired in your experience, really to aid those of us in the room who are on that path or who are seeking similar goals.
Absolutely.
So I think because we're behind, we can just dive into the conversation and then Dr. Lisa can just join in when she's available. Is that good with you?
It works for me. I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Thank you, Valerie. I love that spirit. My first question was, what inspired or motivated you to dive into the literary industry?
So when I was in elementary school, my mother had her nieces and my sister, we did time capsule. And in that time capsule, which I don't remember saying this, but mama said it, so it is so, that I wanted to write a book. I wanted to be an author. I don't remember that, but that's what she said, and I'm going to take her at her word. That being the case, fast forward 30 plus years later, I was an engineer in the automotive industry, senior engineer, and my plant was closing and I saw the handwriting on the wall. So I had started doing workshops for authors. I assisted, I don't know if you're all familiar with Vanessa Miller Pierce. She is a USA Today bestselling author of Christian romance and now historical fiction. Started out helping her and shifted from there into when my plant closed, no hablo español muy bien. So I went into the book business and I transferred my engineering problem solving skills where I saved the company thousands, millions of dollars and did it better, faster, quicker, easier, saving them millions. And I shifted that skill set into the book business. And now I serve authors.
Wow. Very impressive. Now, what about the actual writing portion? Was that something that you dove into as a child, or when did that come into your life where you developed this love of actually the art of writing?
So my very first memorable attempt to write a book was in the 6th grade. My teacher, Ms. Meyer, was reading to us The Outsiders, I think by S.E. Hinton. Fell in love with Pony Boy and all the dynamics of these pseudo gang members doing what they were doing. I was like, oh, I'm going to write. I can write. And I went home to try to write my story. And I'd say maybe in about the 3rd or 4th page, what I didn't realize that's what I did at the time, but I shifted from first person to third person. And I didn't know how to fix that. I didn't know how to put a name on it, and I just kind of quit. So my first attempt was in 6th grade. Then when I was a freshman in college, I had a fellow student, high school student, who was failing math. So I wrote a math book for him. I know, nerdy, calculus book for him, and he passed the class.
Wow.
So, and then my undergraduate degree required a thesis. So I've been kind of writing all along, but my first published book was on step families in 2006, because what I didn't know when I married my husband, he had 3 kids, I had 2, and we were not the Brady Bunch. So my first book came as a write the book or go to jail. And I opted to write the book, and now it's on 6 or 7 continents. So that's my first published work for the general masses.
And that is very admirable. You're clearly a go-getter, someone who just does what is on their heart, right? To do that thing and manifest it.
Yes.
But take us through a little bit of that process. So you wrote your book. Did you look into editing sources? How long did you take to write it? Did you do any research to write it?
Absolutely. So that first book is actually an anthology. So my very first book that I published debuted as an anthology, a collection of short stories from a lot of different people. Because my step family experience was so chaotic and so horrible and so not what I had anticipated, I researched and talked with other people who had been in step families. Some had good situations, some not. So I wanted perspectives of parents, step parents, grandparents and step grandparents, the children, and how they felt in that dynamic. So I had a wide array of stories that came in, powerful stories. And so the writing part for me was easy because I told my story. I didn't make up anything for that book. Every story that I have in there, I have about 6 or 7 stories in there, except for the very last book, are based on real life situations. The last submission I wrote it based off of Abraham, Sarah, and Haggai in the Bible, and their step family dynamic, step families all through the Bible. In case y'all didn't know, Jesus was a stepchild. Wait a minute, she said that. Yep. And so with that, knowing that there's so many step families, especially in America, that's a prevalent thing. It was easy for me to pull this story together, collecting other people's stories, embedding my stories. 5, like I said, 5 were nonfiction, 1 was fiction, and then creating this bestseller.
Wow. Now, did you know right off that self-publishing was the way for you? And how did you discover which method to publish, either going the traditional route or self-publishing?
So starting with Vanessa Miller Pierce, she started out self-publishing. I started out helping her because I'm very left brain dominant. I helped her with inventory, taxes, cost reduction, savings, everything I did for the GM automotive industry. I was able to do that for Vanessa. And she started out self-published. In that process, neither one of us knowing what to do, we went to conferences, we purchased books, we talked to people, learned a lot about the business from that perspective. So self-publishing is where I've started. Vanessa now writes for 3 different traditional publishing houses. I never wanted to be a traditionally published author. My goal is more to help people get that book out there. And that typically starts with self-publishing. So that's been my push, my forward momentum is helping authors launch their first book or multiple books as a self-published author. And if they want to go to the traditional route, good for them, but that's never been my desire. I like to be in control. I am a control freak, and traditionally publishing, you lose some control.
I concur, Valerie, with that statement. I definitely prefer to be in control. Now, with you launching into the deep, doing it on your own, bootstrapping it, what were some of the hardships or challenges that you faced? Because I'm assuming you had no one to teach you, mentor you, guide you. You were just out there figuring it out. So what were some of the things you had to navigate that were pitfalls that you overcame?
Well, I'm gonna tell on myself. When I started, there was emails, but social media was no such thing. Not even in the thought process of anybody, as far as I know, because it came years later. So for me, it was the challenge of marketing, getting the word out there. And I think that's probably true for almost every business owner, is getting the word out there, letting people know that you are out there with your book, the message of your book, the problem that you're solving, the information that you're providing. So the marketing has always been a challenge. The other thing that was a challenge for me initially was pulling together my resources. I needed quality cover designers. I don't design covers. I can tell you what a good cover looks like. What's wrong was right, but I don't design covers. So I needed a cover designer. I needed a website designer. I did my first website, again, dating myself, on Yahoo Site Builder, something you download the software, do it on your home computer. So when my computer crashed, I had no website. So just pulling the resources together, graphics designer, formatting. I did most of the formatting myself. I'm quite proficient in Word, so I did most of the formatting myself. But websites like Fiverr.com and Textbroker and all these other sites where you can get people to do some of the contract and more laborious type stuff wasn't available. So me trying to locate those resources was the biggest challenge.
And how did you locate those resources?
Word of mouth. And going to conferences. I did go to a few conferences to find people. I went to Curtis Bunn's National Book Club Conference. Hopefully I said it right. He hosted in Atlanta. I went down there and I found some great speakers who came back to my conference that I started having in Dayton. Lynette Calfani Cox, who is a New York Times bestselling author on finances. She's like the Essence magazine. I think she's their financial correspondent. She's been on TV with all these other people. I brought her to my conference, and then several other authors, prolific speakers who were proficient in what they did, came. I met them at that conference and then brought them back to mine. So getting out there, I'm an introvert, Nicole. I don't like to get in front of a bunch of people, but I had to. Now this I don't mind because y'all not in my space really. You're there. I'm here. We're good. But when it comes to networking, I had to get out there. I had to meet people. I had to network. So I created an email list and started emailing people, connecting with other authors. Facebook wasn't a thing, like I said back then. So there was like Yahoo groups. So I would find Yahoo groups that had authors, self-published authors, and reach out to them. And how do you do this? And where do you do that? And how is this working for you? And in publishing the book, I connected with a lot of new authors as well. And so we share resources, going to books where we vend, and I'm the speaker. I meet other authors, or I meet other service providers. So a lot of it was more boots on the ground. Not where them fans at, boots on the ground, but real boots on the ground, trying to get to the people.
Now, Valerie, you are a real hustler, because I'm out here doing it, but I had social media. Okay, so you was doing it before all that. You're a trailblazer for sure. And you're a best-selling novelist and author. So I want to expound on that. It's one thing to be a published author, to say, hey, I got the book out there. That by itself is a feat. But how did you scale? How did you achieve that level of success to be a bestseller?
So I have about 15 books that I've written, but the two that have gotten the most momentum for me are The Forbidden Secrets of the Goodie Box, Relationship Advice That Your Father Didn't Tell You and Your Mother Didn't Know. It's my only novel. And what I did was research men to get that man cave, barbershop, locker room conversation that we're not normally privy to, wrap it up into fictional characters to help women make better choices when it comes to dating and relationships. So that book, because of the humor in the book, the realness in the book, the real advice from men, it really catapulted into workshops. I have a companion journal that goes with that, and a lot of speaking opportunities. So that kind of migrated there. And then the strategy to be a bestseller, there's several strategies, but this one is a bestseller on Amazon and Kindle, print and ebook. And there's something else, but I can't remember what it is right now. My apologies. I just had a birthday a couple of days ago. And then my other breakout book is my children's book, Oh, the Things I Can Be When I See Me. And this book is very different from all my other books because it's my first and only children's picture book. And it really took off because of the message. I'm encouraging children, but specifically Black and brown children, specifically Black and brown little girls, to be whatever they want to be by giving them examples of women who look like them and have done the things that they hope to do. So it's based on conversations with my grandbabies. And, you know, people, they will pay for understanding the opposite sex. They will pay to try to understand or get value for their children and young readers. And I think that was a lot of those two books. Plus, they're well written, well edited. The children's book has great illustrations in it. So all that played into being a bestseller. Now, the When I See Me book, I applied to more awards programs. So it's a both of them got top filling on Reader's Favorite. I don't know if you're all familiar with that, but check out Reader's Favorite. Both of them were, like I said, Amazon and Kindle, but the children's book landed several. It hit a Reader's Digest honorable mention. It hit Feathers Quill Award. It won several other awards because I was intentional about submitting to these different awards for that book. I didn't for my other books, I did with that one. So it's got, I don't know, 5 or 6 awards attached to that one.
And that's what the book fair is named after, right? The When I See Me Children's Book Fair?
Look at you. You've done your research. Yes. So all the things I can be, When I See Me is the name of my book fair, the whenIseeme.com. And what I'm doing with that book fair is I'm providing children, specifically children of color, with books by authors of color that feature characters of color. And that all started when I was out promoting my book. I was out at a Black History Month event, and a little girl ran to the table. It's me, it's me, it's me. And she was talking about Lyric. Lyric is she used to call herself Lelo. So Lyric is my Lelo baby. And this little girl was also Lelo. And she had never seen a book with a child her color. She ran to the table. It's me, it's me, it's me. Point to the book, because there was like 60 books on the table. And her father, who came with 6 other children or 5 other children, couldn't afford to buy a book for all of them. So I gifted her the book because that little girl was not leaving the table. She stared at that book. I handed her a bookmark. She said, like, oh, that's nice. Thanks. I said, baby, you can color it. Okay. And she just stared at the book. So I finally gifted her the book. I couldn't not let her leave without that book. As a result of that, I decided that when I start having book fairs, I'm going to raise money, work for sponsorships, grants, etc., so that every child who comes to my book fair leaves with a book of their choice. And for the last 2 years, I started it in 24. I just had it. I do it the last Saturday in July. I've been able to give away almost 1,000 books to children by donations from different organizations and sponsors and donors. So the children come to the book fair. They get a voucher so that they can walk around to the authors and choose a book. Statistics says that a child is more inclined to read the book that they choose. So they walk around the room. They're interviewing the authors. They're looking at the books. They get to exchange that voucher for a free book. Then, of course, to buy other books. Then they also get, there was a mascots there, popcorn. They get Chick-fil-A gift card, writing journal, multicultural crayons. My son is a licensed mental health therapist, and he does activities with the children relative to writing and expressing your emotions. So they get social emotional learning at the book fair, as well as other activities. So it's an immersive experience for children and their families, because I also have workshops for people who want to learn how to write and publish books. And it's a big deal. It's a big event. The city is buzzing about it. So we're going on year 3. July 25th of 2026 will be our 3rd year, and it's going to be bigger and better.
Wow. Okay. That's all I can say. Very impressive. You are truly a visionary and a woman who's about her business. So in your quest for purpose, what is a great lesson that you've learned while navigating the literary industry and all of your endeavors?
I think one of the biggest things I've probably learned in literary endeavors and in general is I can't expect other people to be and do what I do, because I go all in when it comes to the book fair. I've considered every aspect of it so that the authors feel validated, the speakers, the sponsors, the children, the parents, my volunteers. I take care of everyone so that everyone leaves there feeling like, okay, I want more. When's the next one? And there was a time when I expected the people to show up like I did. I had partners in the past and different opportunities I did, and they just didn't show up like me. I don't know if I was more hungry, if I'm just more anal, or more control freak. I don't know what part of it was, but I've learned that I can't expect people to come to the table with the same level of experience, excellence, or expectations as I do. And that was a hard lesson to learn. Are you Dr. Nicole or Nicole?
Just Nicole.
Okay, I want to dress you appropriately. Just Nicole.
Just Nicole. And thank you for that. I think it's a hard balance to be autonomous when you're an entrepreneur, when you're your own boss, but then understanding that you do need to delegate at times, especially areas that you yourself aren't talented in. So you touched on marketing, right? So you had to find others to do your graphic design, maybe even execute social media or whatever you need for marketing. But at the end of the day, it's a blessing to have others who see your vision and you can trust your vision to them, and they can execute at the level of success that you do, right? But that can be rare. So thank you for sharing your experience.
Absolutely. I have great volunteers for my book fair. They're amazing. They have all kind of ideas and they're ready to go to work. So I've got a great team around me now. It just took a long time to get to that point.
Right, as it does for most of us, finding our tribe, finding those people we're in alignment with.
Yes.
Now, you've been in the game for a minute. What are some of the things that have changed or evolved, and how have you pivoted with those changes?
Well, of course, ebooks is a big change. When I started, that was not a thing. I just told you I had a birthday. I didn't tell you how old I turned, but you can see the seasoning.
25.
25,
Yes.
about 39 times. Okay, we'll take it. But so ebooks wasn't a thing when I got started. Neither were audiobooks. So that was a new shift that I had to make sure that I got in line with that. Actually, when I first started, Amazon didn't have KDP. So if your books are to be on Amazon, you had to be an Amazon affiliate, and you had to actually mail your books in to Amazon to be on the Amazon list. So that's another shift now, because I do automatic fulfillment through, I use Ingram Spark. So I do automatic fulfillment. However, another big difference, like we said before, is social media. And I would say another big difference in the industry would be, well, of course, AI. And I use AI. I don't use AI to write. I feel some kind of way about that, but I use AI for inspiration. I use AI for proposals. I use AI to help craft media releases. I use AI for, I'm in the Goldman Sachs 1 Million Black Women program. So I use AI to help me navigate some of the assignments in that. I haven't used AI to actually write a book. I feel as an author, that's a little bit of a cheat for me. You can use it for inspiration, but you know what? Everybody does what they want to do. What I know to be true is that AI is taking other people's works and compiling it. And it still has this robotic tone. So even if you do use AI to write, I highly recommend you go in and don't just tweak it, make it your own, modify it, change some things, and know that AI drops code into the manuscript. And if you drop that manuscript into Amazon.com or Kindle, KDP, it may read some of that code and know your book is AI generated and then kick you right out. So be cautious about that. They're not playing. They'll ask you, is this original? Is there any AI generated in here? And you can lie if you want to, because they know when stuff is embedded. So I think
agree.
those are the top things. Yeah.
I think if you're an artist, you're not going to be comfortable using AR to present as your own. And of course, the other risk is that it is stealing your content and it's recycling it. So no longer is it just yours, right?
Right.
So go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say there's a way to prevent that in AI. I'm taking an AI class like I'm a forever student. You can prevent that in AI. I use ChatGPT, and you can go in there under device security or something and tell it not to use your content to teach AI, so that your book that you're writing or developing or using AI to develop doesn't end up on somebody else's pages before you get it done. But you have to tell it, and it's just a simple click tab, on and off toggle, that you don't want it to use your content to develop AI.
Is that in Microsoft Word? I feel like a friend had me do that for something I wrote in Word.
Well, I use ChatGPT. I don't know if that's a feature in Word. That would be interesting. I didn't know Word was doing that. Wait a minute, Michael. What's Bill Gates up to?
We'll have to look into that.
Yes.
Now I'm going to pivot a little bit in our conversation. You've given us so much richness and goodness about your experience in the literary industry, but I want to know more specifically, has there been anything that stands out as far as being a woman in the literary industry?
Not really, other than it's more women, especially African-American women, who write than African-American men. But anything that may have affected me as a woman, no, not that I can think of. I think it's great when men, especially Black men, write books, because it's not necessarily an anomaly, but it positions them differently. Just like having children authors, I think Black men as authors is a great thing, as long as they're putting out quality work. But as a woman in literature, there's nothing that I can say that stands out to me as causing me any challenges per se. I think it may be easier for me to get in certain rooms, but I don't know, because I haven't compared it to a male counterpart. But like, I go into the schools. and talk to kids and do activities with children and things like that. And I think, not that a man can't do it, but he may have to jump through a few more hurdles. It's definitely about relationship.
Now, what about being a woman of color? Do you feel like it's dominant in the industry or in the genre that you're in? Is it to your advantage, or are there challenges?
Well, that's such a good question, Nicole. I see things that other people may see as challenges. Like, I'm like, oh, you said I can't do what? Oh, hold on, let me show you. So I don't often let things like that stop me. Gender, education, whatever they may say as a hindrance, I typically try not to let that kind of stuff stop me. But as a Black woman in the industry, I have done workshops, conferences, written books, written anthologies, published, workshops, the book fair. I've done a lot of things. I can't say that anything other than myself, because I am a very analytical, compartmentalized overthinker. So if there's been any setback or any hindrances, they have been self-induced. I can't blame that on anybody but Valerie J. Lewis Coleman, and I'm working through that. So no, I can't say that anything specifically would stand out as a challenge for me as a woman of color in the book industry.
And that's good to hear. And I do think your personality, your characteristics, you are a go-getter, you are tenacious, nothing's stopping you, right? So that is in your corner. I want to open up the audience to Q&A, because Valerie is a jewel right now. And I'm sure there are people in the audience who are aspiring writers, budding authors, want to be bestsellers. So I want to give you guys an opportunity to kind of pick her brain by what could be stirring in your heart from this conversation.
Yes, please come on in the room. Pick my brain, because I don't normally do pick my brains. I got a whole consultation session. Take advantage.
So I'm an aspiring author, and for my debut novel, I want to break out into the fantasy realm. So I was just wondering, for someone who wants to self-publish, what are some good platforms you would recommend, and ones you would probably tell me to steer clear from?
Okay, so what I'm going to tell you, congratulations on your debut novel. Woo, novels are a lot of work. So before you do anything, make sure you go through all the editing levels. I know you didn't ask me that question, but I'm going to tell you, don't skip the editing. I identified 5 levels. There's self-editing, which you do yourself, and a lot of people want to stop there. Don't stop there. Then there's team edits, and I call it Power Team. My company is Pen of the Writer. Power is in that word. The power team are your close associates, not the people who are going to tell you yes to everything, but they're going to read, they're going to critique, they'll give you feedback. Then you move into the paid editorial services. With a novel, you have to have a developmental editor, sometimes called a writing coach, sometimes called a content editor. You need that level of editing, because they look at your characters, they look at your world, and even if it's fantasy and you have this make-believe world, there's certain things that need to still play. If they don't breathe oxygen, you have to explain why they don't breathe oxygen. Those kind of things, they make sure your story is alive, your characters are alive and not flat. They walk you through that process. Then the next level of edit is a copy editor, less expensive than the content editor, but the copy editor checks stats. Make sure you got the right information in there, the right form of words. She climbed up the stairs, STARES. No, she did not do that. I had one client say she drove a Lincoln Escalade. Nope, she didn't. So those type of things your copy editor will catch. And then the final edit is the proofreader. So those last 3 are paid services. You need to do that. Okay, as far as platforms, I will caution you to stay away from anything that is a vanity press, also referred to as a book producer. These companies overcharge and underdeliver. I'm going to throw a couple of them out there that I've had people come to me and had issues with. Some of them are out of business now, some of them not. Book Locker, Lulu, Ex Libris, Westbow, Publish America, Durant's. There's a couple of them. Westbow is Christian. there's a couple of them that are specifically for Christian authors. They overcharge and underdeliver. What do I mean by that? They may charge you $10,000 to publish a book, and they didn't edit it, although they told you they did. They might have done a proofreader, dropped it in Microsoft Word, and let it kick out the errors. They don't do the marketing that they promise they do. Marketing is very subjective. If they don't have your ideal audience as their niche, or if they don't write the media release and send it to the media people who are interested in your book, they may put it together. It's not custom and it doesn't reach your ideal audience. You spend thousands of dollars and have no proof to show for it. So if you're going to pay a company to publish your book, do your research. Book publishing is what I do. But what I do with my clients is we walk through the whole process. We have a 2-page contract. They learn marketing strategies. I teach them what the elements of their book cover are. They really learn the process so that when they're ready to publish their next book, either with me or on their own, or if they decide to go to somebody else, then they know what's right and what's wrong. My authors always come back to me and say, girl, if you could have seen this book, you'd have been so disappointed. Queen V Publishing, that wouldn't have mattered. That wouldn't have worked for Queen V. So be cautious of those type of things. A vanity press, book producer, and subsidy press. Subsidy press. Those are the kind of names, specifically subsidy press and vanity presses. And they're called vanity because vanity, all is vanity. You just paying a whole bunch of money just to have your name on a book. Oh, here's another key point. Don't put your face on the front cover. I know y'all didn't ask me for that. But you don't put your face on the front cover. And here's why, especially as a new author. What that says when your face is on the front cover is, look at me. This book is about me. I'm wonderful. My hair is cute. You got your hair done, your makeup, your eyelashes. You're just beautiful. Whitened your teeth. Gorgeous. But you're not going to sell books because it doesn't speak to the reader. So make sure your cover is universal. Even like for the Goodie Box book, it's a book about women. And I had my designer, this character or this lady on the front is what we would call Caucasian when I bought the image. She was Caucasian. I told my graphics designer, I want her to be culturally ambiguous. So it could be a Caucasian lady with dark tights. She could be Hispanic. She could be African American. She could be whatever. She could be Asian. She could be whatever. So she's universal enough that women see this as a book about women for women. So you want to make sure that your title reaches, or your book cover reaches your audience. So the cover is important, the image, the title is important. If you're doing nonfiction, I know you said novel. If you're doing nonfiction, make sure you have a subtitle so people can understand who the book is for. Platforms. The platforms you should go to. Ingram Spark is a good one. That's actually the only one I recommend at this point. I haven't used the other ones. I've used KDP for a couple of my clients' books, but I get a lot of feedback from other authors, and the platform doesn't always work for them. They don't get the quality of the print. They don't get and I know Amazon, at least they used to, limited distribution. They want you to use their ISBN. So don't use their ISBN. Go buy your own from Bowker, BOWKER.com. Go buy your own from Bowker. You can buy 10 for about less than $300 unless they went up, but 10 of them. And then you use one per book, one per format of books. So if you got a hardback book and a paperback, that will require ISBN for each one. And then that way you are the publisher, you control where you can place it, and you're not limited by Amazon's ISBN, because they want to limit you. Jeff Bezos trying to hold everybody. He's trying to keep everything real tight, keep all the money in his house. So you want to make sure that you're mindful of that. I know I said a lot, but I would suggest Ingram Spark. Ingram Spark will work great for you.
You gave us everything, Valerie. Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for Valerie J. Lewis-Holman? Thank you so much, Valerie. We so appreciate you here at Glossy 2025. And we're going to be wrapping this up. I do want to see if Demetrius can do the raffle 1 or 2 more times to see if somebody in the building is
All
here
right,
for this
let's see if
giveaway.
we still
We're trying
got
to
some
give
people
y'all
here.
this giveaway.
If not, I'm taking it with me home. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna read the last 3. How's that? We have 259. You guys didn't get a ticket? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. See, I need help with this.
Oh, Lord. Matt? Oh, Matt.
Where's Matt?
Well, at least we
We know who Matt is. Keep him on deck.
We can keep him on deck if you don't get nobody. But we can keep calling.
But we're gonna keep calling until we find somebody here. All right, we're gonna keep them on deck. Let's see, who do we have? I don't know if my eyes are messing up. Kalia. Hey, we got somebody. And our raffles were donated by the Vault, Philly Whedon at the Vault. So there you are. You are more than welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, listen, we have reached the end portion of our day. Have you guys had a good day so far? Yes, a lot of great information. A lot of phenomenal history being made here in the city of Cleveland. So once again, my name is Demetrius. It has been my absolute pleasure of being here to be able to ride with you guys through this journey. I believe I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Leah Lewis.
You were wonderful. I'm going to ask Nicole and Kalea to come and join me at the podium. I want to thank you all for joining us today. It is our hope that you have deemed this a valuable spend of your time. We hope you have walked away with information that has reduced your knowledge deficits when it comes to the career of writing, because that is our mission. And I've asked Nicole, who is our newest member of the team and our assistant producer, and Kalea, who is my long-standing assistant. She does all the wonderful graphics, and girlfriend will grind at 3 o'clock in the morning. And sometimes I'm up there with her. And Nicole tends to be an early bird, if I'm correct. But I want you all to give these two ladies a round of applause, please. Because Glossy really is a team effort. It is the team from Glossy. It is the team from the Cleveland Public Library. It is the team from the Cuyahoga County Public Library and all of our partners. We've had some ups and downs at Glossy. Our largest audience was in 2020 when we had 6,500 people tune in from 24 states and 6 international countries. We want to get back to that. So we're going to be building a team of producers throughout the Great Lakes region. And if you know anybody or are interested, reach out to me. I need some rest after this. So reach out to me sometime in October and we can have a conversation. Please donate. You'll be getting additional information from us. Glossy is free, but you can donate to foster the efforts. Do visit the Glossy bookstore, which was an innovation this year. Everyone who participated on the program or who vended has a book or books in the bookstore. That website will remain up. When you make a purchase in the bookstore, that money goes directly to the authors. Glossy does not get a portion of that. You will use their merchant link directly. Nicole, anything else I need to say? Okay. Oh, let me thank our MCs, Demetrius and Nikki B. And I want to thank all of you. Just God bless you. I'm looking forward to seeing what you all do in terms of your craft. When you publish, please let us know. We will put your work in our monthly newsletter, which comes out around the 15th of every month. If you're not getting it, check your spam folder, check your trash. If you don't see it there, reach out to us and we'll make sure you're on the list. Everybody get home safely. May you find your homes the way you left them, and God bless you, and we will see you again next year, if not before.